but not uncommon to start the day off like
Live
this.
from the Pacific Ocean, it's the 2022 Governor's Cup, the prestigious International Youth Match Racing Championship, hosted annually by Balboa Yacht Club here in Newport Beach, California. Welcome to what is day 4. There's been racing since Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, the double round robin series, and we're into the end of the round robin phase today with 3 more round robin flights. Then we get into the semifinals, the top 4 boats advancing to the semis later this afternoon. More semifinal racing tomorrow, Saturday, followed by the finals. And the semis and the finals are scheduled to be first to win 3 race series. I'm your host, Tom Eamon. Here aboard Adios, our traditional broadcast boat owned by Commodore Peter Bretschker and Kari Bretschker here, members of Balboa Yacht Club. With me, of course, the Governor's Cup guru, Andy Rose. And back with us, we did the Rose Cup with Matt Whitfield from the UK. Welcome to you both.
Thanks, Tom. It's great to...
Hang on.
Great.
There we go.
Yep. Thanks, Tom. It's great to be here. Sorry, we're just starting out the morning here, but it's great to be with both you and Matt here. As you said, we did the Rose Cup coverage about a month ago, and we've added a few new tricks, and hopefully this coverage will be even better. But we couldn't ask for a more exciting series. We expected it to be the closest match ever, and it has turned out to be. And Matt's going to go over the scores here real quickly so you can see what I mean.
Hi guys, nice to be here. So overall we have 3 races left of the double round robin, so there's 22 flights with 6 starts in each to be completed before we go into the semi-finals. We have leading with 15 wins is Jeffrey Peterson and team from the Balboa Yacht Club. In second place we have Jordan Stevenson on 14 wins and his team from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. Both of those teams have already qualified for the semi-final guaranteed a berth, and then we have a tight fight for the 3rd and 4th berths with Jack Egan from the San Diego Yacht Club in 3rd place at the moment with 12 wins. So he is very close to being in. And then we have a really tight bunch of Marius Westerlind on 11 wins in 4th place, Morgan Pinkney on 10 wins, Will Sargent on 10 wins, and Robbie King and Cole Tapper teams are on 9 wins. So all of them have a good chance of getting into the semi-finals. So out of those they're fighting for the 3rd and 4th places. Jack Egan from San Diego likely to make one, assuming that he continues his fine form from yesterday. And then there's a big fight for the 4th place berth in the semi-finals.
Andy, again today we're very, very pleased to have our roving boat, in fact 2 expert commentators. Why don't you introduce them?
Well, we do indeed. We've got Colin Kennedy, who has been on our team now for a Governor's Cup and a Rose Cup. Colin is there with who you're seeing on the screen right now, the renowned yachtsman from Australia, Tommy Spithill, and it's great to have Tommy on board. Tommy was a longtime coach at the Royal Prince Alfred Yacht Club, which is
In California, certainly a big difference to the rain we're experiencing in Sydney.
all right. Well, we're going to hear from you guys. One of the best things I think in our production is the roving boat. So you're not going to have to look at our faces here very much. We'll be going to them a lot. We have 2 drones today, and we have cameras on the base. Still, as Matt said, we have 3 races left in the rounds robin series. We're going to cover if we tried to cover all 6 starts and races in that, we would not do a very good job for anybody. So rather, we're going to choose, I believe, Jeffrey Peterson versus Will Sargent, if I'm not wrong, in the semifinals. So this is a not terribly important race for him, but it's crucial for Will Sargent. Will is a first-time Governor's Cup competitor from the state of Tasmania in Australia, the host of the finish of the Sydney Hobart race, and has represented his country in the in the Commonwealth Games for Australia sailing lasers. So he's a good sailor. Tommy, you agree?
Yeah, absolutely, Andy. He's one of those guys you see in a boat that's got that natural ability, and I think that's going to help him in these sort of light conditions, because just getting the boat accelerating out of the bad waves and just light spots, it's going to really help his chances to try and get into this top 4.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. The conditions right now, what we're doing, the reason we're talking now is that there's a postponement signal on the race committee boat. This is a wind direction, I think last they told us around 150 degrees, which is south-southeast. That's a little unusual for Newport Beach. So what you're going to see is yesterday we saw the wind shifting in 10 to 15 degrees, and perhaps even of greater greater degrees. So it's still light. It's probably blowing about 5 knots.
There you can see the red and white striped flag there on the Yacht. Defiant is the name of the race committee boat. What is that, a Grand Banks, what?
I don't know what the length is.
36.
You know, the long time race committee boat. In any event, what they're doing, this postponement, is you want to set the windward mark, the first mark after the start where the boats go, directly upwind from the starting line. Well, when the wind shifting right, rather than just setting a mark out there, that wouldn't be a very fair race.
And one of the things with, although it's only, say, 4 to 5 knots out here on the water at the moment, these boats are designed for the light conditions that generally expect enough breeze for these boats to be performing to a really high standard.
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's I'm glad we're not in sonars right now.
I think, right, Chris? And also to the Balboa Yacht Club. And we're reading your comments, too. Join us live if you'd like, and we appreciate your comments from around the world. And we do have, Andy, you introduced all the 12 teams on Monday night at the traditional Meet the Teams. Well, it's really by now ceremonial. It's the post-opening dinner ceremony and a light roast by you.
And they're very outgoing, so it was pretty easy to do that Monday night thing and get a bunch of laughs from the crowd. And crowd of over 300, and then I don't know what the latest numbers are for people that have watched it either live or
over 1,200.
Over 1,200. So,
views.
So it was a fun night. Okay, the AP has just been taken down, which means that we're about to get underway. Let me say one last welcome. We understand from our friend Heather Rusham, who's the executive director of the National Sailing Hall of Fame and the Sailing Museum, which was just opened this spring in Newport, Rhode Island, and we understand they're going to be sure they are showing us on the big screen there, and we greatly appreciate that. If you ever get to Newport, Rhode Island and have not been to the new Sailing Museum, I guarantee it, you must go. It is so spectacular. Heather and her team and Gus Carlson, our president, Gary Jobson, who was the founder, have done just a truly spectacular job.
Well, we should welcome some of our other viewers from around the world. Kim McGonigal is on, John Plavin. Tell us where you're from as well. Stephen Frederick is on. Camilla Vesterlund must be a relation, perhaps the mother of Marius Vesterlund, who's still in the hunt to get to the semis from Sweden. Baptista Hulin, sounds Swedish as well. Kathy Lindgren, and many more. And if you care to leave a comment, if it's clean, we'll pass it on to our live television audience, this webcast across the world on both YouTube and Facebook, as we're into now the Foxtrot signal. That's the 10-minute signal. Foxtrot, 7-minute signal, I should say, and their match racing. Code flag F, it's the white flag with a red diamond. And Matt, what are the teams doing now in preparation?
So obviously the teams aren't able to enter the zone until they have the 4-minute signal go. So essentially what they're doing here is circling. Typically you like to do about a 30-second loop in and out. So you go in, sail for 30 seconds, tack at the committee boat, sail out for 30 seconds. So as you're dialing in your time, so as you're able to enter the box right on the 4-minute signal. So you're able to potentially get a slight advantage. If you're really on time, your opponent's late, it makes your life a lot easier for the first couple of minutes of that pre-start. So they're just making sure that they're engaging, and the tacticians looking upwind, making sure they can see where the breeze is coming down, where they think the shifts are going, what the bias on the start line, and where the windward mark is. So looking upwind at the moment, it does look like there's quite good pressure across the course.
And we're looking at Will Sargent, is one of the two combatants in this first match. Remember, this is match racing 2 at a time. He's wearing the yellow flag, which means he's coming in from the starboard or committee boat end of the line, boat 7, and he's going against the defending GovCup champion Jeffrey Peterson in boat 5, coming in from the port or left end of the line in just over a minute from now. Beautiful, beautiful day. Andrew, what kind of conditions do we not call this?
Well, these are at least Prosecco conditions, if not champagne.
5 minutes to the start of this first match, and Matt, you said they enter on the 4-minute signal.
That is correct. So they will. So Jeffrey Peterson and team will enter across the pin end. So the little orange buoy that you can see to the left of the committee boat on your screen right now, and Will Sargent and his team from the CYCA will enter above the committee boat, and then so they both have to cross the line for the first time from windward to leeward.
So after they come into the pre-start, they have 4 minutes to maneuver against each other and then start. And the race course is very simply 4 legs: windward, leeward, windward, back to the finish. And it's all of 20 minutes, right, Andy?
Yeah, not a long time here, even in this light breeze. You just saw a short glimpse of the 2 orange tetrahedrons there, and that's the leeward gate. So instead of rounding a single mark, you must go through that gate, and you are allowed to do either end. So here we go, 4 minutes, and the boats are now entering the playground, as David Perry, our friend and 5-time U.S. match racing champion, would call it.
So you can see here, because they both entered on time, they're entering a dial-up straight away. So far this week, we've not been seeing a lot of the teams stick out in a dial-up for too long. And you can see Will Sargent's team already peeling away from the dial-up. So there's obviously a boat handling issue that you can do that potentially stops you doing it, but also you want to not risk getting a penalty as the starboard boat, because you are ultimately to windward.
Boy, Matt, on that one, if I had been Sargent, I think he had an opportunity. He escaped and was going fast, and he had stopped Jeffrey Peterson, who had to back his jib to get back onto port. I think he had an opportunity to jibe onto starboard and cause Jeffrey a big problem there, but he didn't. He chose to go away.
Yeah, and one of the things to note, Andy, is that when you do a tack round, it is quicker to get back at the other boat, because it takes less time for you to do the tack than the jibe, just with how the wind is in the sails. So potentially that's why he did that, but he was quite high already, so that potentially slowed him up.
2 minutes 45 to go to this start. Will Sargent has crewing for him Jack Littlechild and Nathan Gullickson. And Jeffrey Peterson has his veteran crew that have just won the World Championship in youth match racing. Jeffrey with Max Brennan and Scott Mays representing the host Balboa Yacht Club.
Okay, so far no advantage to either team. Obviously, in a match race, if you can use the rules to affect the other boat and either make them very late at the start or in a very disadvantaged position, that's great. The problem is that these sailors are all really good match racers, so it becomes increasingly tough. So at that point, you want to look at whether the line is square to the weather mark, in other words, whether the boat is closer to the weather mark or whether the pin end is, and most importantly, which way you think the first shift of the wind will happen. So still both boats way early, playing on this side of the committee boat. You can see in the background there, the other end of the starting line will be to the left of the committee boat on your screen.
Now this match is not so important for Peterson because, as you said, Matt, he has gone through. He is qualified for the semifinals, the top 4 boats out of the rounds robin to the semis. But Andy, for Will Sargent.
Yeah, well, it's important for Jeffrey in a way, because you always want to win the rounds robin so that you get to pick your opponent in the semifinals. But that's frankly a little not as important to Jeffrey as to Will Sargent. Really, I would say, Tom and Matt, this is sort of every race is a must-win.
Yeah, with the results as they are at the moment, Will Sargent is on 10 wins, and currently the 4th place team from Sweden, Marius Westerlind and crew, are on 11 wins. So they really do need to win this race, because in the round robin, the tiebreaker would go to Will Sargent if they're tied on wins with Marius Westerlind and team. So they're heading back to the line here. We've got Will Sargent leading and Jeffrey Peterson and team following. So they've got 45 seconds to go, and they're about 15 seconds from the line. So there's a big kill on time here, although with a light breeze it is easier to.
Jeffrey could be in trouble here.
Yeah, if
Will Sargent coming up to leeward with the right-of-way. Jeffrey has to.
At the moment, Andy, I'm just at the committee boat with a perfect view. At the moment, there isn't room for Jeffrey, but he's going to sneak behind Sargent here and see if he can get an overlap and push him early.
Still quite a bit of time. It's a relatively short line.
20 seconds.
Only 14 seconds to go here. They're just starting to sheet on now. And let's hope their time on distance is spot on.
It looks like Will Sargent and team have done a slightly better job of getting the boat moving fast fast off the line. However, Jeffrey's got a better angle at the moment, so a very, very even start between the two teams.
Yeah, a bit of a better trigger pull from Jeffrey. He did a nice turn up as Will Sargent bore away as the gun went.
Right. Yeah, at that start, Will, that was just pure boat positioning because Jeffrey was in a very dangerous position, and had Will not let his bow get out past Jeffrey's, Jeffrey would have had a hard time going below him and doing what he did. So dangerous stuff, but it worked out. So we'd call that a pretty even start here. Left end of the line is, I think, Tommy, just ever so slightly favored.
Yeah, that's correct. And at the moment, Jeffrey's working on really holding a high groove, and he's actually doing a pretty good job of it. But it looks like he wasn't going to live there. And at that stage, I'd probably give the start to Will.
Yep, I think I would too. What Tom is referring to there is that the wind comes in and bounces off the sails of the leeward boat, and if the windward boat is close enough, it will affect it. When you think you're being affected in that position, go. It's that simple, and I think that's what Jeffrey Peterson did.
Yeah, exactly. By the time you realize that it's affecting you, it's too late.
Yep, it's too late.
We have a crossing situation having here, and it looks like Will's going to cross and take the right-hand side of the course.
Yeah, but I think he wasn't far enough away to actually tack on Jeffrey's wind, was he?
Correct, yeah. Jeffrey would have been able to do the slam dunk maneuver that's pretty popular in the teams racing.
Yep.
Andy is the local expert, or one of several, but certainly you, among, well, Tom Purcell and a couple others on this boat. Which side of this track is favored and why?
I think I would favor the left, but I think you'll get some oscillating shifts, so you really have to be conscious of when you're getting headed or lifted. But I think I like the left a little better.
More pressure?
I'm not sure about more pressure, but I think the wind will tend to, you'll get, a little bit of a header out there.
Uh-oh.
And here we go, guys. We've got our first flag of the race. And it's a blue penalty to Peterson.
Yeah, I think that was a good call. Will just left it a little too late there.
Jeffrey just came a little bit close before starting his tack, so he was on the
Jeffrey.
line of Will. So
right.
Jeffrey picks up a penalty, which, however, we did see that he gained a lot on that left-hand side. So if he's able to do that again, maybe he's able to get a clear cross and then be able to try and work some magic and be able to offset the penalty or even extend out.
Okay, so the way this works, the umpires have two flags, three actually, either a blue or a yellow, and that's how they signal that they've put a penalty onto one or the other yachts. You can see the yellow flag there on the back of Sargent's Leech. That's the trailing edge of the sail, boat 7. Jeffrey has a blue flag. Will has the yellow flag, and then if they display a green flag after an incident, that means no penalty. But in this case, they have penalized, and I agree with Andy correctly, Jeffrey Peterson, and sometime before the finish, his team, the Golden State Match Racing team as they're called, have to do a 270-degree turn, a nearly complete loop. And Matt, how many boat lengths does that lose you in these conditions?
In the lighter conditions, it's less of a penalty because the hull speed's slightly slower, and you're able to back the jib and just spin the boat on a sixpence. So I'd say it's maybe a 3 to 4 boat length advantage they would need to have. So if they're later on in the race, if they're not that far ahead, you'll see them slow down and try and offset.
So Jeffrey's just crossed by about a length and a half, and he's tacked straight on Will Sargent.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. He was far enough ahead. Yeah, you can see the mark there for a second in the upper right corner. There you go, in the upper right corner of your screen. But I think in shifty conditions, at least my match racing philosophy is always to keep tacking on the guy, because otherwise, if you split with him and one bad shifting, you're behind. So I think Jeffrey did that exactly right.
Yeah, even though Will Sargent got a penalty on Peterson there, we saw him not get back into his groove upwind, and Jeffrey seems to be sailing a bit freer and faster upwind. It's quite obvious from the roaming boat here.
Yeah, it is from here too. We're just looking at a great drone shot with Commodore Peter Bretschker, I believe, driving the drone. So yeah, I think Jeffrey's legged out a little bit here.
Although it does look like Will Sargent has a little righty, so if he's able to get a piece here, then that's a big advantage. But it looks like he's just crossing behind.
Although I think this will be a green flag here.
And they green flagged it. Again, I think a good call. Very close, though.
The end of the first leg, and now starts, you see
Will's
the diagram.
quite tight on the mark here.
Yeah, the end of the first leg of 4. Downwind now to the gate, then back upwind on leg 3, and finally downwind to the finish.
This has been a terrible hoist here on Will Sargent. He still
really
doesn't have the chute up.
Yeah, you're seeing a diagram at the lower right of your screen. You see those little light blue shadows there from the boat behind. That's the wind shadow. So the boat behind, close behind, can actually hurt the wind getting to the boat ahead. Here, that spinnaker set, or lack of same, really hurt him there. So he's had to come quite a ways out to get speed. But in a close race, the boat behind on the downwind legs actually has a slight advantage.
Yeah, so what happened to Will Sargent here is he had the spinnaker halyard caught around the rigging on the spreader. So the crew had to clear that. And then once that was clear, they could hoist. But meanwhile, Jeffrey was chute up, drawing, and sailing down the run.
Yeah, as we've said, Jeffrey has one of the most experienced crews out here. He sailed with this crew in a number of victories in the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship, the Governor's Cup, and now the World Championship.
Let me go back to Matty and try once again. How many boat lengths, Matt, when they do this spin on a sixpence? Is that like a dime?
Yeah, yeah. It's
spin on a sixpence, but what is it, 4 or 5 boat lengths in this condition?
Yeah. So at the moment, I think Jeffrey is on the verge of being able to do it. It's a really, really hard decision for them. Do they try and continue to extend? If they're in this position going up the second beat, do they try and extend, get that 1 boat length more to make it able to be done, or do they slow down and then try and offset the penalty? But, you know, at the moment, it did look like on that first beat, Jeffrey had a good amount of speed compared to Will Sargent.
And when you say offset the penalty, you mean slow down and try to cause a penalty on the other yacht, which would then neutralize the penalty.
Yes, or potentially force both boats to do the penalty turn, so you can manipulate the other boat into doing a tack on the downwind leg or a jibe on the upwind leg because you're pinning them somewhere, so you can force them to do the same maneuver as you have to do.
That's pretty tricky.
That is tricky. That's match racing 2.0.
Oh, look at this.
Oh boy.
See, Jeffrey did that dial up there just to make sure that he kept Will Sargent and team out on that far side. So he's potentially looking here to try and take Will Sargent into downwind jail, which is where they sail past the boat, past the marks, and then Jeffrey is able to lead back whenever he wants. If he's able to stay outside that 2 boat length zone, he's able to sail them all the way into the beach if he wants, and then he potentially is able to do his tack when they're sailing back upwind to the marks.
Okay, but you can see what's happened here. Just as we said, the boat behind is a bit of an advantage and is now bow out on Jeffrey, but still overlapped. So he is in downwind jail. But boy, if Jeffrey was to go back about 4 feet, then the whole thing changes here.
The whole race pins on these next 30 seconds here.
Yep.
If Will Sargent's able to dive over the top, which he's doing a good job at the moment, and really get that guy back and get into the 2 boat length zone, advantage him. And as Jeffrey Peterson peels away to jibe, that implies Will Sargent was going to roll around the front and get in. So, really good job by Will Sargent.
That was a great job, absolutely. And actually against one of the best guys and teams downwind, Will did a tremendous job there. Now it's the crew work, and we emphasize this all the time, that you can see Will did a good rounding, both boats doing good roundings, but going to opposite ends of the gate. So Jeffrey Peterson coming up the beach, Will Sargent going out on the last race to the left seemed better. So perhaps Will Sargent's in a better position here, but we'll see.
It does look quite soft just upwind of where Will Sargent is. It looks like there's more solid breeze across the course on the right-hand side where Jeffrey Peterson's leading out to. So be interesting to see if he's seen something or if he's just trying to get a split and trying to get fast.
Here he comes,
I'd agree with Matt on that. I can see definitely more pressure out here, and we notice at the top mark, that's where Will Sargent got back in the race with that top right. So it'll be interesting here. We're on opposite tacks, so the boats will meet in approximately 20 seconds time.
First cross of the second weather leg, which can become every cross later and later in the race is even more crucial. So let's see what happens here, folks. Great drone shots, guys. That's really good.
Leg 3 of this
and I think
four-leg
we have
course.
another lead change. Jeffrey Peterson now leading, and the right was right.
Only a boat length in here at this stage.
So now the two teams trading sides. So now Sargent will come out to the right, and if there is any advantage, as Tom pointed out, at the upper part of the leg, then maybe we'll have a fourth lead change here.
One thing to note, like Tommy pointed out on the first leg, Will Sargent seemed a bit flustered after the incident, even though he benefited from the penalty. Their crew work seems a lot more in sync, and they're all moving in the same direction, sitting a lot more comfortably in the boat than they were on the first leg. So it looks like he's got himself dialed back in and is really pushing in this race.
Yeah, Jeffrey's middleman, Max, he's so physical in the boat. You watch him downwind throw his body around, and upwind he's just trying to ooch the boat further ahead.
That's that long blonde hair, Tommy. We call him Samson.
There at the moment, Jeffrey's in a little bit of a higher, faster groove.
Yep.
Peterson on the left, heading to leeward, slightly to leeward of boat 7, which is Sargent. Sargent, the Tasmanian from Australia, Peterson from the host, Balboa Yacht Club.
It'll be interesting to see what Jeffrey decides to do, because going ahead, he doesn't look like he's quite far enough ahead to be able to do his penalty and stay ahead. So he might look to slow down and lay a mark trap with the windward mark, so as Will Sargent has to sail into him, and then we might see some fireworks going on at the top mark.
I wonder, though, I just have a feeling that he is confident enough in his downwind speed, although he certainly wasn't the last leg. But yeah, and there Will Sargent's basically conceding at that point. He's going to go out and try to find a little header, meaning a shift to the right, which would make him put him in better shape. Do we have that slide with the geometry of the wind shifts? Here, our expert director, Chris Bretschker. You can see the horizontal lines there. Even start, the next one up, even, then the wind shifts, and you can see what happens. The wind shifts to the right, the blue boat then has an advantage, and as you see, the blue boat up at the top mark is, in fact, well ahead, all because of a shift to the right on the course. So shifts are important.
And this is the biggest split we've seen with the boats during this race. Will Sargent's going to go all the way to ley line.
Yep.
And Jeffrey, I think, is just short of the port tack lane.
Well, if Jeffrey can lay and avoid 2 tacks, that's going to be a good boat length and a half, and that may well provide the margin he needs downwind.
Now, that's a big game by Jeffrey.
That is
the latter stage of this third leg.
Yep.
Yeah, he's done a really good job on this speed of just staying in the groove and sailing fast and trying to extend out. And it looks like he's very close, if not already got enough of a lead to do a spin. Like as we said earlier, in these light conditions, you don't need as much runway to do a spin around the pin or on the finish line as in more wind. So 4 boat length lead here probably is enough. And particularly with their good boat handling, they should be able to spin it as quickly as anyone can.
That was in light air. That was a virtually perfect set there. And again, that you get that little jump because your spinnaker's up more quickly.
Again, the penalty is a tack when you're sailing downwind, meaning putting the bow through the eye of the wind. Upwind, it's a jibe, meaning you put the stern through the eye of the wind. You do the 270-degree turn to absolve yourself of the penalty, which happened in the early stages of this race. Peterson doesn't look like he's got much more than 3.5 boat lengths clear.
Yeah, I think he'll have enough, but he doesn't want to give anything up. He needs to be sailing as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah, so on Will Sargent's boat at the moment, all they're just trying to do is just sail as fast as they can, because if they can close in 1 boat length, 2 boat lengths, or even do a similar move to what they did last time where they closed up a long way on the downwind leg, that means that Jeffrey is going to be unable to do his penalty. So both boats are just in go fast mode, just trying to eke out any little bit of pressure, any wave, and nail a jibe in to try and hopefully gain that half boat length, because every foot is massive at the moment.
Both teams doing a nice job with sail trim here. Spinnakers are, both clews are level. That's what you want with a symmetrical spinnaker.
They're heading now for the finish line. This is the fourth and final leg of these quick 20-minute races. The finish line is the obverse of the starting line between the committee boat, which will be on the downwind as the boats approach it on the left side, port side, and then the pin end of the starting line becomes the starboard end of the finish line. Again, this match is not crucial for Peterson to win, but as Andy said, they'd like to win as many matches as possible to stay on top of this round robin phase. They then get the choice of their semifinal opponent. For Will Sargent, this is almost certainly a must-win situation, Matty, to get forward in the semis.
Yeah, this win would mean a hell of a lot to Will Sargent. So you can see them really trying to work down on and jibe on top of Jeffrey. So they're throwing down the dirty wind, so slower, disturbed air onto Jeffrey Spinnaker. They're hoping they're able to just close up a little bit, but it looks like Jeffrey's got good power in his kite, and they're not quite managing to do it. They're maybe a boat length or two too far away to be able to throw too much dirt.
Are they going to try to do their spin around the pin end, do you think, Matt, or do you think they'll just take it wherever they approach the line?
I think they might try and do it towards the committee boat because it's a little bit starboard biased, so it's a little bit shorter distance. However, it's just anywhere that they can be clean and fast is the optimal thing. So if they're able to avoid jibes, that could potentially be a reason to do it somewhere else. But it's really up to them, and they have multiple options that they can throw out.
Now that mark they're sailing by is the downwind gate, means nothing. There's the other one. Nothing on this leg as they come into the finish. Can they complete their penalty turn in time to take this race?
It's going to be close, I'll tell you that.
Jib up.
So it looks like they are spinning around the pin end.
And here comes Sargent.
Penalty absolved, but can they beat Sargent across the line?
Oh, yes, he's going to do it. Just.
Couldn't see the flag on the bow of the committee boat.
Tom, do you have a view of that? I think Jeffrey just barely did it.
Yeah, I can confirm it was a blue flag on the committee boat.
Well,
so Jeffrey was able to do his turn. He actually just did it shy of the pin, and luckily he had the other match to contend to. So he managed to keep clear of them, get the turn done, keep his nerves, and seal a win.
Yep, very well done.
So anyone who was wondering how much the lead is to do a spin, it is almost exactly what Jeffrey was ahead at that point.
Exactly. Well, that was well done. Well done by both boats. That was well sailed.
We've been following the first match in Flight 20 of this 22 flight round robin. It's a double round robin, 12 teams. They've raced each of the 11 other teams in round robin 1 and then doing it again in round robin 2. Racing began on Tuesday, and later this afternoon we'll have the top 4 teams by wins, by the number of points in this double round robin phase. They will move forward to the semifinals. The first place team coming out of the rounds robin gets to choose which of the other 3 teams they will race, and we'll have that live for you when that decision is made. Tommy Spithill and Colin Kennedy on our roving boat will get those 4 skippers aboard in due course after a couple more flights. And we'll check in now on the King-Stevenson match. Is that what we're looking at, Chris?
Yeah, the second match here, you could just see they're rounding the gate end. The first match having finished.
It's a bit of a 5-ring circus out here, as we've got 6 flights, 6 matches in each flight. Which one are we going to look at, Chris Bretcher?
We're going to go to the last one here, but we'll just give the positions here in this second one as soon as our spotter.
This is Morgan Pinckney, I believe. And Colin Tapper.
Cole Tapper,
rather, sorry. Cole Tapper's dad, David, we met yesterday, Andy, on the Commodore Purcell's boat.
Yeah, Tapper's got a pretty comfortable lead here. Just had a bit of a sloppy rounding here from Morgan Pickney, pardon me. And Cole's in pretty good control of this race.
And now we're going to go to the King-Stevenson match. Robbie King is in boat 12 wearing the yellow flag. And Jordan Stevenson, who is the other competitor so far who has gone through to the semifinals as of last night, is in boat 4 he's wearing the yellow flag. King is wearing the blue flag. So there's Stevenson with the yellow flag.
Yeah, we might say that, you know, Jeffries, having won that last race, now puts a little bit of pressure on Stevenson. Even though Stevenson has already qualified for the semifinals, he would want to be the first in the rounds robin total so he could pick his opponent. But the pressure is now on him. He has to win this race and then hope Jeffrey loses one of the last 2.
Inside of 4 minutes now, we have Stevenson entering at the committee boat or starboard end as you look upwind of the line against Robbie King from the UK Royal Thames Yacht Club. Jordy Stevenson from the other end of the world, the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron in Auckland, New Zealand.
So you can see here we've got the boats in a dial-up, and Jordan Stevenson and Robbie King are both pointing and telling their bowman which side they want the jib to be backed on to keep the boat pointing straight into the breeze and also initiate backwards flow. So because when the boats are dead stopped, they don't have any control with the rudder. So you can see them using the bowman to move the sails to allow them to keep control of the boat.
Whoa.
Robbie King from the UK sailing with Sarah Rudebush, Mariana Shand, and Kenneth Sherb, who's from here. He's used to be one of our crack spotters, but he got recruited.
Demoted to competitor.
From the broadcasting. Now we're delighted that Ken is doing that. And on the other boat, Jordan Stevenson, the Kiwi team, has Mitch Jackson, George Angus, and Jack Freeman with him.
So you can see here Jordan Stevenson's just doing circles, keeping the boat, keeping flow over the sail and having Robbie King kind of stuck in irons. Although one of the things about being stuck in irons is it's actually quite a powerful move in the eyes of the umpire, because they often say, well, there's nothing you could do about it because you haven't got any flow. So Robbie's been able to not got a penalty because he's been stuck in irons, but eventually he does have to break out, as he is doing now, and that puts all the control onto Jordan Stevenson with 2 minutes, 3 seconds to go. So you can see here, Robbie needs to break this dial up at some point because he is below the ley line to the pin end, so he would not be able to cross the line on starboard tack. So Jordan Stevenson in a really, really controlling position here. Robbie needs to be manipulating his boat to try and spin out somewhere, spin out left, spin out right, and you'll see Jordan Stevenson just match him move for move and tit for tat, so making sure that they're both right next to each other, and Jordan Stevenson's really, really in control here.
Yeah, in other words, Jordan doesn't have to do anything, you know, right now. Robbie has to make an escape move, or try to, and so far he's not doing that. But still about a minute to burn here, so you can see Robbie King trying to go, as our friend, the late Commodore Harry Anderson from New York Yacht Club would say, he's going in retrograde motion, or backwards.
Yeah, the powerful thing about that is when you're going backwards in match racing, it is not penalised. You are not penalised for going backwards as in other forms of sailing. So Robbie did a really good job there of kind of arcing his turn round so as he was able to create a collision course with Jordan Peterson. Sorry, not Jordan Peterson, he's a different man. Jordan Stevenson. And so he was able to make Jordan Stevenson have to bail out, although Jordan Stevenson did a really good job of building
Absolutely.
flow fast and be able to redial him up.
He did. He put himself back in pretty much the same position. Brilliantly done by Jordan Stevenson. One of the problems with the retrograde motion is that Robbie King totally stopped his boat and had a hard time getting going again, which gave Jordan Stevenson the time to do what he's done here.
Yeah, it's a great show of control from Jordan and his team, and how you handle a boat to maintain control for pretty much the full 4 minutes.
Okay, so what happens now with the boat ahead, which is Robbie King, cannot tack to go back through the starting line unless he completes that tack before Jordan has to begin to alter course. He did not do it, and I think he went on to port. There's going to be a flag there, I'll bet you.
I think he was attacking boat there.
I think he was attacking boat, yep. Let's see what the
And we've got
umpires
both
say.
boats over here, guys, yellow and blue.
Yeah, so there's a blue
And a
flag
penalty on
on
blue.
Yeah. So Robbie King went through the wind there, so it was a port starboard with Jordan Stevenson holding on starboard and Robbie King tacked onto port, so there's a Rule 10 violation.
Well, brilliantly done by Jordan Stevenson. I mean, he is a very experienced match racer, and that showed just totally there. And, there just aren't many escape moves, and Robbie tried the backwards escape move and stopped his boat. Jordan was able to continue on port tack, get his speed up, tack onto starboard, and back into the virtually identical position he had, and yet there was only then a few seconds to go for the start. Robbie got a little carried away with his swing up and went into attack, and as the port tack boat, or the boat tacking, he was penalized.
More brilliant sailing by Jordan Stevenson of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. He won all of his matches yesterday, and I think the last 2 or 3 the day before. He hasn't lost a match in a day and a half.
Quite a while, yeah. It's always important when you have a 22 race round robin to peak at the right time, and he sure has.
Well, and you've talked, Andy, about the advantages and disadvantages, but you and I both think, I'd be interested to hear what Tommy and Matt think about the differences between having a double round robin versus a 1 round robin, then going into a 8-boat quarterfinals. Because what we're seeing here is that teams get 2 rounds robin under their proverbial belts, learn the boats, and Jeffrey was hot out of the blocks because he knows the boats, and
right.
He's been sailing here, and he's won this thing last year. I'm a big fan of the double round robin, and I know some of our listeners are not. Andy, what do you think?
Well, I think Tommy Spithill may have a comment on that, because I believe he won the first round robin a few years ago, and then was upset in the quarterfinals, I believe. Tom.
That's correct, Andy. I'm still trying to forget that one.
Yep, I understand. Sorry to bring it up, but we're objective journalists here, Tom. So sometimes the pain, we got to tell everybody about it. But putting that aside, Tom, I mean, I agree with Tom Eamon that I think the double round robin is a much better way to do this.
Oh, absolutely. When you've got 12 teams and you're taking the top 8 into a quarterfinals, I think it's a bit redundant if you've just done a double round robin. So the fact that we've done so many races now, we're going to have a good reflection of who should be in the top 4.
I think that's right. Yeah, and I think Tom Eamon's exactly right, that you see the improvements of the sailors that have not sailed these boats or not done as much match racing. And if you peak at the right time, you're going to be in the semis, which is great.
Robbie King in boat 12. You see him tacking behind Jordan Stevenson in boat 4, who's got a 5 or 6 boat length lead here up the first leg of 4. And again, this is must win for Robbie King if he has any hope of getting through to the semifinals. Jordan Stevenson wants to win to keep his big mo, the momentum that he's carried for the last day and a half, into the semis, as well as have a shot at being the top team and have the choice of their semifinal opponent later this afternoon.
We should mention that all these teams, you'll see some with 3 and some we call 4-ups, or 3-up or 4-up, depending on how many crew you have. The reason that works and it's fair is that there's an upper weight limit. So you can have either 3 or 4, and you can be as close to the weight limit as without being over it, or as low as you want. Jordan Stevenson told us they figure that, was it in kilos? Did he say they're probably about 80 kilos or 80 pounds light, they think. So he may have a little advantage in this light breeze.
80 kilos? I don't think it was that much.
No,
maybe 80 pounds.
80 pounds,
Yeah,
I think. I think that's what he said. I just was confused because he was a Kiwi talking about pounds. So.
Hey, Tommy Spithill, what do you think of somebody who sails around in a light blue hoodie the whole time? He's a Brit who's now moved to California. Has he become a California boy?
Yeah, well, look, at being a redhead, I can appreciate having a bit of reprieve from the sun. But yeah, look, Robbie's going pretty good. He's not as aggressive with trying to use their crew with the boat kinetics to try and work every wave, every gust, every bump. You know, I sort of noticed the difference between Jeffrey and Will Sargent. There was a clear difference in just how hard they worked the boat. But as I'm saying that, we've had a terrible hoist from Stevenson. Something's caught inside a halyard here. The topper. This is a real shocker of a hoist.
This is a Fuster cluck.
I think that's understating it, Tom. This is
They're
going to have to bring
it
it
up that bad in a long time.
They're going to have to bring this down, really spend a lot of time. So you'll see Robbie hunting straight back in with a really nice spinnaker set.
It just
come
so happens
inside.
Robbie's just probably done the best set of his life then.
Well, that's what you wanted.
The mark and it was drawing jib down. So this is going to really put some pressure now on Stevenson.
Although they have fixed it now, still with a little bit of a lead. So although it was crisis time, they've really done a good job of staying calm and making sure that they have that they don't lose too much. They accept that you've got a not great set and really make the most of it.
And don't forget, Robbie King still owes a penalty from that pre-start incident.
Yep. Well, you never know what's going to happen up here, don't you? You'd think in light air it'd be fairly easy to shoot, but sometimes.
We saw that yesterday with this light air.
Yep.
Kind of lightish, 6-7 knots, if even that.
If even that.
And it evened up the racing. And we had 5 or 6 upsets, or what you might think on paper were upsets yesterday. So anything can happen, Andy. I think you're exactly right.
Yeah, well, and a lot of close, as you said, a lot of close races. Some of them were literally a matter of a few feet. We had one that we couldn't tell who had won. It was so close.
Well, that's why we have Spithill out there. The more famous of the Spithill brothers. Some people will have heard of Jimmy Spithill, who's sailing this weekend in Plymouth, England, as the skipper and CEO of the Sail GP USA team. Tommy, what are you hearing from your brother in Plymouth, England at the Sail GP? Tommy's off the air for a minute, but we'll get a comment, I'm sure, from him at some point. Jimmy Spithill, of course, a 2-time America's Cup winner. Who did he ever sail in the GovCup, Andy?
Oh, yes. He sailed twice. The GovCup, the first as a bowman when he said he had no clue what was going on. And the second he steered, and I believe he got 5th. He's sort of like Taylor Canfield, who, of course, has become one of the best match racers in the world with 5 Governor's Cup, or 5 Congressional Cups, etc. Taylor got 5th and 6th, I believe, in his 2 Governor's Cup. So some people peak a little later in life.
Some people never peak. Some
people never peak at all. You're right.
That's what they say about us, Andrew.
Yeah. Well, I peaked, but unfortunately it was about 17.
Boat 12 with the yellow kite. Robbie King from the UK. He's studying quantum computing. If he's getting his PhD here in California at Caltech up in Pasadena. Somebody told you, Andy, he's so bright. His average his IQ is higher than the average of all, or not the average, the combined of all of the rest of us. And he's a very bright kid studying at Caltech here in Pasadena. Coming in, he's gained, obviously.
He's gained a lot. Yep.
He's done a really good job of jibing earlier than Jordan Stevenson there, and then soaking low with his spinnaker and keeping the hull speed up, which he's just been able to cut the corner and really close right back in. So you see a split tack around the gate. So Jordan Stevenson taking one side, Robbie King going to the other side, which is one of the great things about having a leeward gate. It means that the boat behind doesn't have to follow and get stuck in behind. If they do see something on another side of the course, they're able to be able to get there first. So it creates more opportunity to overtake. And you can see Robbie extending out, and he's hoping for any gust on the left, any left-hand shift.
The gates seem pretty square to the weather mark, which means that at that rounding, Stevenson had a lead of about 6 feet.
Touch more pressure now, aren't they?
There is a little bit, yeah.
Not fully hiked. Well, it looks like they're about to be. Yeah, there they go.
Yeah, these boats have a lot of sail area. Tom raised a good point about kinetics. The boats only weigh, the hull and deck weighs about, and keel weigh about 1,650 pounds. I don't know what that is in kilos, but and the rigs are carbon rigs, very light, so the boats are very responsive, and they're sort of like big dinghies.
What we've seen just happen midway up the beat is another match cause a split in the fleet. I think Stevenson would have liked to have lamped King there, but because he had 2 matches coming downwind, he's extending out to the left-hand side of the course.
It's a typical part of match racing. You have number of starts that we have here.
12 teams from 5 countries, so we've got 6 matches going on. They are staggered by 5 minutes. The race committee starts them in a sequence, automatic sequence, 5 minutes, one after another. Here's Robbie King now on starboard tack, meaning the wind coming over the starboard or right side. You can see the blue flag on the umpire boat, meaning Robbie King's team owes a penalty sometime before the finish. And they're trailing.
At the moment, King's in really good pressure here. He's just hooked into a nice righty. So I'd actually expect a lead change here if they come back together. It could be pretty close.
Yeah,
King's
that's
lifted and pressured up.
That's
and
what we're
Stevenson's
seeing.
Sort of trying everything he can for height. Here he comes with attack, and we'll see probably an easy cross by King.
Yeah, we can see that with the drone, the great drone camera work there. We can see what happened, and he definitely got some more right, meaning his bow was able to go to turn to the right and go
We're about to
higher.
see a dial
and
down
it's a
here,
dial
guys.
Ooh,
down.
careful. You can't, as the starboard tack boat, dial below right angles to the wind, or you'll get a penalty. But the boat with its wind coming over the right side, in this case it was King, has right of way, it's starboard right of way over Stevenson, who had the wind coming over its port or left-hand side. That's why Stevenson took that avoiding action. But he was dialed down. King went right after him in a very aggressive move we call a dial down.
It's interesting to see that although typically when you do a dial down, you're going to slam right on the face of the other person because you want to keep the right-hand side. So the idea of Robbie was in that dial down was to keep Jordan on the left-hand side. However, he's let him come to the right-hand side. So interesting to see if what the reasoning for that dial down was, because as I said, normally you want to err on the side of you want to protect the right, but Robbie really gave it up, and he just made big gains on the right as well.
Yeah, I will be a little more blunt. I do not see at all why he did that. The only reason, the dial down is a move with a fairly low percentage move as far as working, but your only chance is in fact to tack right on the other boat. And there was no point in that dial down.
And you can see with Jordan Stevenson and team going to the right-hand side, they did make a bit of a gain, so they've now got control back. So really strange decision from Robbie King and team there, but massive.
And a lead change back.
Yep.
And a lead change back, yeah.
Yeah, massive advantage here, because not only are they ahead now again, they also Robbie King also owes a penalty between now and the finish line, so he's got to catch up and then do a lot of magic.
And it was like he knew very well about the first part of a dial down maneuver, but didn't quite understand the back part. We saw last year, Tom, and we saw Emil Kjær, the great young match racer from Denmark. That seemed to be his favorite tactic, the dial down, but I don't believe in any one of those 4 or 5 times we saw it that he gained anything.
Well, as you all know, dial downs are something different in a big heavy boat like an IACC boat or even an old-fashioned 12-meter, but in these light, lively GovCup 22s, as we just saw, there's not a lot of use in it.
Yeah, I think just what happened to King, he realised that the right was powerful, got a bit panicked about giving the right away, and just didn't execute it properly.
Robbie King trailing here in boat 12, the yellow kite. Jordan Stevenson in the lead, and Robbie King still has that penalty as they're going downhill on the 4th and final leg to the finish. Stevenson staying in the hunt to maybe be the top boat against Jeffrey Peterson coming out of the rounds robin. And Robbie King, what, Matt, eliminate his chances of going through to the semis?
I don't think it quite eliminates. It depends on the result of Marius Westerlund's match, which I didn't see cross the finish line, so I am not sure. If Westerlund won and King loses this race, that would knock him out of contention for the semi-finals.
We will report to you on that as soon as this race is over. We'll look back at the results and give you an update on where we are as far as potential qualifiers.
We should say that we have a crack spotter here again today in regatta chair Christine Gribben, who not only is working 18-hour days just running the regatta in her 20th year, so a long time of running this regatta and doing a beautiful job, but she's out here now as our spotter, filling in for some of the sailors who are now used to be our spotters, are now racing various teams here in the 55th annual Governor's Cup, the 2022 Governor's Cup here in Newport Beach, California. We're just about a kilometer maybe off the beach between the two piers, between Balboa Pier and Newport Pier, on a partly cloudy, but kind of 75 degrees. What is that, Matt? 21 or
25 degrees Celsius.
Beautiful day. Breeze coming up a bit. Thank you for joining us on day 4 of the Governor's Cup.
So as Tommy pointed out on the first beat, Robbie King's not really that physical with his boat, and his team aren't really throwing it about, whereas you saw Jordan Stevenson do a lot more physical jibe, a lot bigger turn angle, and that's been really powerful for them because they're just able to get a bit of wind out front, so their spinnaker's filled with breeze in front of Robbie King. So that's that's potentially something that's been able to make them get a much more comfortable starboard into the finish here, because they just need to go straight line fast and keep their breeze clear for as long as they can, which they've done a really good job of doing down on this downwind leg to stop Robbie being able to come in and attack them.
Well,
looks
but
like
Robbie
Robbie's
has sailed
gonna
very
roll
well
him here, but as long as he can just hold on starboard here and run alongside the committee boat, he should be pretty safe.
Now he's inside the 2 boat length zone. That's exactly all he just needs to do, just cruise down and avoid the boats entering for the start of the new race, because you can still get a penalty from hitting boats in another start.
As you well know, Matt.
Maybe.
Matt was, well, I told that story on Tommy, so I guess we better tell that Matt was actually leading the Governor's Cup and had a little incident with a couple boats in the starting sequence.
Yeah, I think Tommy kind of celebrated because in the race we were against the Claire Costanzo and her girls team from the RPA, so I think Tommy might have enjoyed that a little bit more than us.
I do remember that, mate. You were hard done by.
I think we were stupid is more what it was.
Yeah. No, it'd be interesting to see whether Stevenson has really studied Jeffrey Peterson, you know, and just seeing why is this guy doing so well early on in the event.
Yep.
Is it his strategy? Is it his boat handling? You know, and I think, you know, it's a bit of both, but having seen just how much he works that boat, you know, particularly Max in the middle,
yep,
it's really impressive.
No, I agree with you. Well, they've been at it a long time, at least compared to everyone else. Jeffrey's last year win, it was only his first time steering in the Governor's Cup. So he doesn't have a huge amount of time in the boats, but a lot more than pretty much anybody else.
Okay, we're going to move to another match. This is between Kavli and Vesterland. Porter Kavli from Annapolis, Eastport Yacht Club, and Marius Vesterland from Sweden, from the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club, GKSS in Göteborg. They're in their pre-start. Boat 1 is Kavli, boat 9 is Westerland. And they haven't entered. Have they entered now?
Yes, they have.
There we go.
Yes, so they're coming back to the line. They've just rounded Adios, the boat that we're covering the media from. So they're heading back to the line with Marius Westerland with the yellow ticker on the back of his sail, is leading back, and Porter Kavli's following just to windward here.
Porter Kavli has Jake Vickers and Nick Sessions sailing with him. Marius Vesterland, can't tell the players without a program. He is, as I said, he's age 20, and he is from Gothenburg, Göteborg, Sweden, and he has Hugo Westberg and Olle Aronson sailing with him. Delightful crew, both. And we're pleased again to welcome the Kavli family. Jim Kavli, who won the America's Cup in 1987 with Dennis Conner in Perth in WA, and Lori Kavli are here, have been watching their son Porter race this week. And Marius's dad, who came last year, and we got to meet him, stayed home this year. And there's the 1 minute signal.
So the fact the boats are really stopped and there's not a lot of breeze at the moment, so maybe like 5 or 6 knots, is really good for Marius Westerland and team being able to kill time, because it's going to take a long time for them to get up to speed and get to the line. So you look to see Porter Kavli try and force Westerland in, and Westerland to try and slow and make them both late to the start, because he can always dictate whenever the acceleration is. Real good position here from Marius Westerland and team.
30 seconds.
You know, I'd have to say they're probably even late to the line.
Kavli's in trouble.
It's really good job of just holding high and slow by Marius Westerlind and team, just keeping Porticavole locked into windward, and then they just decide whenever they want to go down. They accelerate fast, and they're always going to do the better acceleration as they're leading it. As you can see now, they've really fired off now. They've decided to go for the line.
Beautifully done by Marius Westerlind, who last year was, it's a sailing term, he was DFL. He was dead last year at the Governor's Cup, and he told us, 10th, because we only had 10 teams because of COVID last year. Thank you, Christine Gribben. And he told us this year, after he was runner-up to Jeffrey Peterson at the recently raced World Youth Match Racing Championship in Pornichet, France, last week, literally. And when he did so well there, he asked his dad if he was going to come and watch him again at the Governor's Cup. He said, no, it's too late to book a ticket. But here's Marius having quite a good regatta and a great start.
Yeah, that was a great start. That was one of the few times that we've seen someone really have control throughout the week, throughout the whole start. So we saw one with Jordan Stevenson in the last race, and Marius Westerlind did the same thing. Really good job there, making sure that they got the start they wanted, which that win would be really, really important for them getting into the top 4 to continue sailing in the semi-finals today and tomorrow.
Yeah, again, good point, Matt. This is a must-win, really, for Westerlind, or almost must-win, depending upon the results. We're going to check on the results of the other matches. I know some of you are waiting for them. Christine Gribben, our spotter, is passing them back now. But if Westerlind wins this keeps him in the hunt for one of the 4 semifinal positions, 2 of which have already been spoken for. Jeffrey Peterson qualified yesterday on the strength of his strong round-robin performance, as did Jordan Stevenson.
So Marius Westerlind did win the last race that he did, so he's now on 12 wins. So he's able to, this is less of a must-win, but it still is. He needs to get 1 win between now and the finish just to make sure that he gets into the semi-finals.
Well, and this is one of 2 races left for him. And right now he's got a comfortable lead over Porticavole from the Eastport Yacht Club in Annapolis, Maryland. Porter is living and working in the spiritual heart of yacht racing in this country, in Newport, Rhode Island, working on running a 12-meter for Jack LaForte, Jack Jr., longtime New York Yacht Club member. And Andy, a boat you're familiar with, Challenge 12.
Challenge 12 was designed by my great friend, the late Ben Lexon. I knew him long enough that I knew him when he was Bob Miller before he changed his name. He designed 2 boats for the 1983 Challenge for the America's Cup. One, of course, was Australia 2, which was the radical wing keel boat that won. But the sister ship without the wing keel was Challenge 12, and it is a tremendous boat. They put a lot of money into it, and right now it is the current world champion, with the Worlds coming up next year again in Newport.
So just to fill you guys in on what the standings are after that first race today, we have Jeffrey Peterson and Jordan Stevenson already qualified. Then we have in 3rd place, we have Jack Egan and team. They are on 13 points. Marius Westerlind in 4th on 12 points. And then you have Pinkney, Sargent and Tapper all tied on 10 wins. So if any of them are going to make it into the semi-finals, they need to win both the next 2 races and then hope that Marius Westerlind does not win any of his races.
Who does Marius sail against the next 2?
He is currently racing Porticavole and winning.
And then he only has 1 more, right?
And then 1 more, right.
Yeah. So if he wins this, he's through. Marius is.
Yeah. Not a big surprise. You know, Tom, he got second to Jeffrey in the World Championships just completed a week ago. And, you know, boy, you talk about the most improved. Last year he got 12th place in the Governor's Cup.
Yeah, we were saying that just a minute ago on the break. And he's very impressive. He's got bright eyes. He's quick-witted. And you said the other night, Andy, that if you ever retire from running the Monday night roast and meet the teams, that you would try to bring in Marius to replace you. And he is a clever, bright guy.
He is. You know, the only other candidate there would be Will Bolden, the coach of the Royal Freshwater team, except that it would be a R-rated show, so our audience would be would be down a little bit.
Well, we had him on the stage this morning for the morning show, and he was a hoot as usual. By the way, we just to talk about for a moment our continuing broadcast schedule. We have done, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 5th show. We've got another one tonight, live broadcast with the press conference at 6:30, 18:30 p.m. Pacific time, of the 4 semifinalist skippers and maybe the crews. And then tomorrow morning, 3 more shows. The morning show at 0900 Pacific, and then we go live covering the semis, the balance of the semis and the finals tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific. Add 7 to that for UTC, 18:30 UTC. And then tomorrow night, 4:45, we'll have a finals press conference. We're going to roll right into the prize giving, the award ceremony, that our spotter and regatta chair Christine Gribben will conduct with Commodore Paul Blank in the Yacht Club's 100th year for the Balboa Yacht Club.
So in terms of what's going on the water, you can see on your screen now, Marius Vesterland with the purple kite is still leading with maybe a 5-boat length lead over Porter Cavle. There are no outstanding penalties, so this is a very good position from Marius Vesterland. Very impressive race so far, under the pressure to, if he wins, he gets into the semi-finals, so he's really performed well under the pressure, which potentially is going to be good going through in the high pressure stakes of the semis and whatever big or small final he gets into.
You know, Porter obviously had a fairly disappointing Governor's Cup this year after being a semifinalist last year, but awfully good sailor. But, you know, Tom, you and I have talked about, you know, young sailors in college moving into larger boats, and the first step is something like this. But the next step is what Porter has done by sailing on a 12-meter. And he just hasn't sailed small boats a lot in the last year. So.
Well, not of late. And he's sailing with Jake Vickers and Nick Sessions, and they are all terrific sailors. In fact, Porter won not too, whoops.
We've just seen a spinnaker drop in the water here on Porter's boat. I don't know whether if the cleat failed there or he got a little excited while he was tidying up, getting ready for the bottom mark.
Maybe he heard us talking about it.
Yeah, I guess.
You can see at the moment, it's actually jammed underneath the forestay, so I hope the jib doesn't lock it in there. Stand by here. I think we could have a torn spinnaker if that's gone in with the sheave.
How's the fundraising going?
Close your eyes.
Yeah, exactly. We 2 days ago, we actually had 3 tears, and thanks to our friends at North Sails, the sails were Ubered down to San Diego and Ubered back.
Come true.
Yep, Tommy, you're exactly right. He's caught in what we call the hounds, which is where the forestay and the jib halyard go into the mast.
I could just see Marius look back then, and his crew are looking a little bit more relieved.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's sad.
They're going to pull hard, Andy.
Yeah, they're going to pull hard, and we're going to have
Unfortunately,
another tear.
pulling hard's not going to help. They need to lower their jib.
Need to lower the jib, exactly.
So just that costly area.
Yep. We lost
they're coming into the bottom mark, trying to tidy, get everything ready, and he's obviously kicked the height out of the cleat. And when they've pulled it up, it's got locked under the forestay, and then the unfortunate timing of the jib going up and not realising that the spinnaker's wedged right between the forestay and the mast.
Yep. Well, I would have had a 3rd Congressional Cup win as a tactician, but for a snap shackle opening up in about 18 knots and the spinnaker going out like a flag, and it happens, unfortunately.
So this is very, very good if you're of a Swedish persuasion, which I believe quite a lot of Australia is at the moment. So, so not only in the northern hemisphere is this quite good, it's also good in the southern hemisphere.
Does that include those of us who are Norwegian by descent?
You can claim it if you want.
We're Scandinavian.
Scandinavian.
Marius Vesterland there in boat 9, sailing away to what will be an easy win. They're on their second upwind leg, leg 3 of this 4-leg course, with Porter Cavle and his team sadly down, still struggling to get their kite. We don't have a picture of it anymore, but they're still in a mess over there.
Well, we're not masochists, so we didn't want to continue to show that.
Exactly.
Well, I ought to explain what Matt said about the Australians and the Scandinavians or the Swedes. In talking to Marius, I mentioned to him that 2-time winner Sam Gilmore, during the COVID thing, escaped from Australia and moved to lived in Sweden, and there are a whole bunch of Australians, as he said. And I said it's sort of like a reverse Viking thing. The Australians are plundering Scandinavia for their women.
Yeah, they're running out of space down in Australia. Not enough prison space anymore.
Gosh, we're going to get knocked off the air for that one.
Oh, God.
Okay, we're going to go to the Egan-Pinckney match. I know that'll make John Sangmeister happy, as his son is crewing for Morgan Pinckney of the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, Pinckney in boat 8. And Jack Egan of the San Diego Yacht Club, just down the coast from us here in Newport Beach, with the white and red kite you can see on the right. Jack Egan is leading, it looks like, has a slight lead here over Morgan Pinckney, and these two, Matt, are both in the hunt for a semifinal spot.
Yeah, so with Marius Vesterland leading his race and being a whole leg ahead right now, that means that no matter what happens with Morgan Pinckney and his crew, they can't make the semifinals. So this is now assuming that Marius Vesterland just manages to sail around leading through without any breakages or any deducted points. This means that this race is now an academic race, and Morgan Pinckney can't make it in. However, they haven't crossed the finish line yet, so they're really hoping that something happens and they're able to keep their dream alive.
And what does this mean for Jack Egan?
This means that he is continuing. He's already guaranteed a semi-final berth as of now. So if he wins this race and then the next race he goes in third at the end of the round robin, which potentially means that he's less likely to be chosen by Jeffrey or Jordan for whoever wins the round robin. But it doesn't make a massive difference beyond just the mental psychology of how they're doing.
But you're telling us that Jack is now through, regardless of what happens in the next and final flight.
Correct.
Of the double round robin phase.
Tom, I think Jack has won something like 8 out of the last 9 or 7 out of the last 8. He's really been on a roll, and the first day was a little disappointing for him, but boy, he again peaked at the right time here. So he'll be a tough. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to pick any of these 3 other semifinalists.
Well, that's right. Jack won all his matches on Wednesday.
Yep.
And most of them yesterday.
I think he only lost one yesterday.
Yeah.
So this is going to be what did you call it? Just a barn burner for
a barn burner, as we would say in Michigan, and
yeah.
maybe you say that, Matt, in the UK.
We do not say that. I can figure out what it is, but I have never heard that saying before.
Tommy Spithill, do you ever use the expression "a real barn burner"?
No, haven't used the old barn burner.
Well, Morgan Pinckney is, sadly for him and his fans at the Newport Harbor Yacht Club, he had a good regatta last year. He was 3rd.
Yep.
Morgan Pinckney sailing with, we mentioned John Sangmeister, our longtime friend. His son, Peter Sangmeister, one of his 3 sons, is sailing with Morgan, and Will Glasson sailing with him as well. And it's looking like they will not go forward, but from the San Diego Yacht Club, Jack Egan, Jack Plavin, Christoph Chalmont, who's from Texas, who was one of our spotters and one of our camera ops in years past, and Kalia Woodward will go forward to the semis.
Yeah, Morgan, Morgan is 2 years younger than the second youngest person in this thing and 5 years younger than the 3 22-year-olds. So he's got a lot of years. I think he's got 5 more, and I would almost guarantee you he will win at least one. He's just a terrific sailor. He just doesn't have, he only started match racing last year. I saw him on the dock this morning, Tom, and he said, I really want to focus on match racing here in the next year or so. And that's, he will be a great, don't you think?
Well, we had him in the, for sure, and we had him on the stage this morning for the morning show, and he's fresh, and he's thoughtful, and he's confident but not overly so. His head is on straight, as we would say. Is that another Michigan expression? I don't know. But also, I like the whole crew work, because we saw them win a month ago the U.S. Youth Match Racing Championship up in Long Beach at Long Beach Yacht Club, which we also covered live, and that trophy is called the...
I don't remember.
The Rose Cup, named after the gentleman sitting between Matt Whitfield and myself here.
But not by me.
Not by you.
For me, not by me.
But Andy Rose, or Rose as we like to call him, certainly the Australians call him that, and David Perry, whom Andy mentioned at the top of the show, deserve a lot of credit for the increase in the talent of U.S. youth match racers, as does the gentleman who is our roving boat reporter today, Tommy Spithill, for what he's done for Australia. Tommy.
Yeah, this is really, this is as good a match racing as you can find anywhere. I don't care if the sailors are all 22 or younger. This is really good stuff. At any rate, let's go back to Morgan just for 1 second. I couldn't agree with you more about his attitude, but he just said it, and he means it, that, I'm just learning so much. This is, I know we might not make the semifinals, but this is so great. And it makes it worthwhile to help put these things on.
Last year, as you will well remember, Andy, you invited him out to commentate with us here on Adios. Tell that story.
Well, in the Worlds, last year we were fortunate enough to host the, I always get this wrong, the Youth Match Racing World Championship a week after the Governor's Cup last year. And we needed a younger commentator to hope that people don't have to listen to Tom and I all the time. And Morgan said, well, I can do it. And he says, but I got to go surfing in the morning. And so okay. He says, but I'll just paddle out. So next thing we know is before we get on the air, here comes this guy on his surfboard paddling out, and he comes off and puts his shirt on and comes up to the booth and was a great commentator.
And then afterwards?
Got right back on the board.
Hopped in the water and swam back to the beach.
Yeah, so.
You can see behind Jack Egan, we're not that far off the beach. I said a kilometer, maybe less than that. 600-700 meters, 800 meters. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, we're not far, just outside the breaking waves, so probably a couple of 100 meters in American units. That's about a quarter of a mile or so.
It's more than that, but nonetheless.
But yeah, so an update from on the water is Marius Vesselin has crossed the finish line to win that race, so he has now solidified his semi-final berth and is likely to take the third or the fourth spot, depending on the results of Jack Egan and Marius's next race. So that means that now we've got all the 4 semi-finalists are all secured. So it'll be interesting to see how they treat this race. Do they use this to try out a new tactic, or just keep it calm and just be ready to go for the semi-finals later today?
Meaning the upcoming 22nd and final flight.
Correct.
In the double round robin here. If you're just joining us, this is the 2022 Governor's Cup, the prestigious International Youth Match Racing Championship, hosted annually. This is the 55th year, in fact, by the Balboa Yacht Club. Tom Eamon with Andy Rose, Matt Whitfield, and Tommy Spithill on our roving boat. Tommy, can we go to you for some insight?
And Colin Kennedy on our roving boat.
Colin Kennedy, we haven't heard from today, but we might tomorrow.
Yeah, look, it's been a pretty interesting race between the Australians, actually. We've had the Royal Freshwater Bay Yacht Club in Marcelo Tor and Tapper have a exciting downwind with a lead change. So Tapper's in the lead, and then we've got Egan here just having a pretty handy lead against Pickney here.
Egan coming into the finish, right, Tommy?
That's correct.
Okay, Tom, to put you on the spot, who do you like of these 4 semifinalists?
Well, there's certainly a difference in the way I've harped on about this before, that Peterson and Stevenson are sailing their boat. We're just seeing them be really, really precise and aggressive in these lighter conditions. So as the breeze comes up, maybe that might even everyone a little bit more. But they're my 2 picks at the moment.
Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not meant to agree, but I think exactly the same thing. I think they both seem to have been consistently over the course of the 21 races we've seen so far. They've been the 2 standout teams. Although particularly in the second round robin, you wouldn't want to write out Jack Egan and his team. They've gone on a real hot streak and are sailing the boat really, really fast through the water. So I think you've got those 3 teams probably stand out as a little bit stronger, but also Marius Vesselin just came second at the World Championships, so that's not exactly a bad thing to be doing. So I think it can go any way for all the matches.
Andrew, I know that you're a real diplomat when it comes to choosing possible winners.
Yeah, assuming Jeffrey wins out here and gets to make the selection, the one thing, the easy part is I think he would not choose Jordan Stevenson. Jordan is just sailing too well and is too experienced. But the other two, boy, if I were Jeffrey, I'd probably hope for the wind to completely die for the next 2 days, and never be able to have the semifinals because.
Or the final.
Yeah, or the finals. Jeffrey, I understand, wanted to pick Marius in the Worlds as his opponent, but that was somehow, the French didn't somehow allow that.
Well, I've heard that's not exactly
but,
true.
But let me finish.
Yeah.
I think he probably did not regret that decision after Marius won his semifinal, and so Marius is awfully good. He's been perhaps the most consistent throughout this regatta. He won I think 5 races the first day.
Yep.
He's just really put it together, and we noticed last year that his starts were really good, but he was having a hard time getting up and down the course, and some of the crew work wasn't quite as good. Well, those problems are solved this year, so it's going to be quite a semifinal.
But back to that French regatta for a moment. I checked the sailing instructions.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and what the deal was that unlike this regatta, and I like this format better where first place gets to choose which of the 3 opponents, or from the other 3, will be their semifinal opponent. At the French regatta, we call it the French regatta. It was the Worlds held in Pornichet, France. Sounds like the title for a porn movie or something, but. For people of French persuasion, Matt, I don't know. But seriously, the sailing instructions were quite clear that it was first against fourth and second against third. You didn't have your choice.
You didn't have your choice.
So that was some fake news that somebody fed you about.
Well, but we're in a world of fake news these days. So
sadly, that is true.
So what is really good is in this last race of the round robin, the 6th start is going to be Peterson and Stevenson. So the top 2 teams overall are racing each other in the final match of the final flight, and it is going to be a winner takes all in terms of who gets the first place overall.
And that's because if Stevenson wins, they'll be even on points, and whoever won the last match.
Yes, that is correct.
Is the tiebreaker.
Yes, and Jeffrey Peterson is just about to cross the finish. Around the leeward gates ahead of Robbie King, as you can see on the screen, and Jordan Peterson just had a really, really good start, with his opponent getting a double penalty in that start. So he's got a good lead and he's sailing really well. So assuming both of these matches stay the same way, that would become a winner takes all for the pick of who they want to race in the semi-finals.
Yeah, the reason for that is the first tie break. There are a number of ways you go down a list of tie breaks until you can break all the ties, but the most recent race between the 2 boats tied, whoever won that wins the tiebreaker.
And you're looking at Jeffrey Peterson. This is in flight 21. We've got one more flight to go after this, as Matt mentioned. And the guys are hiking hard, sailing the boat beautifully in these. They're a touch more breeze now.
I think a little more breeze. Their sail trim is also excellent. That's a perfect shot by the drone. Thank you. We're looking right up the stern, and what you want is the leach of the jib to match the leach of the mainsail in the angle, and that's basically perfect sail trim.
Yeah, I can see the difference here with Robbie King. He's come around the bottom mark and he's a bit bound up and just never got going. Where Jeffrey's gone around the opposite mark, has tacked over, put his bow down, but subsequently now is higher faster than King.
Now, Tommy, for our non-sailor, for maybe casual sailors that are watching this, that's a technical term, bound up. That doesn't mean what some people might think it means.
Yeah, that's right. He's not being tied up by anyone, but we say bound up.
Maybe that's what they do in Pornichet, do you think?
No, I was thinking
in that French film you mentioned earlier.
That's right.
I was thinking more of lower track problems, Tom, but either way, whether it's S&M or lower track problems, we're way off
Oh,
the
boy.
track.
And this is early in the day, folks. I hope you stay with us. It may get really crazy later.
Half of our
feel free
audience
to cut my
just
audio.
left. But seriously, bound up meaning what, Tom?
That we're a little over trim, not sailing free. So when you've gone around a bottom mark and you've sort of lost a bit of your momentum, the worst thing you can do is over trim your sails and pinch, which means try and sail a bit too closer to the wind than you should.
Yes, and that also is
a glossary of terms.
That is also a sailing term, not nobody's pinching anyone.
Slang.
Meaning sailing too close
Right.
to the eye of the wind. And that you sail a shorter distance, but you end up slowing down. And by the way, our number of viewers has just skyrocketed.
Right. Yeah, I'll bet. One thing to say about these boats, it is not blowing very hard here, and especially in light air, they have a very narrow, long keel, both in chord depth and in aspect ratio. And so if the boat is going slowly or bound up, it's going to maybe look like it's going high. It's actually going sideways more than the other boat, and that is not fast. You've got to keep the modern boats like this going fast so the keel helps you.
Yeah, you've got to be willing to give away quarter of a boat length initially in just getting the boat low and fast just to build the speed, and then you get all that back and more, so as you're able to really go upwind really fast. So you can see at the moment Jordan Stevenson is leading his match. He's coming downwind with the purple kite, and so that means that, you know, if he's able to hold this lead, that sets up a really mouth-watering final match. And I believe his opponent still has a penalty to give because they had a double penalty off the line, and it looks like there's still a blue flag in the umpire boat, meaning they've got one outstanding penalty.
Well, this last race between those two, if you go just by the standings out of the round robin, that could be a preview of the finals, too.
Yeah.
Assuming Peterson does not, or whoever, assuming Stevenson doesn't pick Peterson or vice versa, then, you know, it could very well be. Although I certainly wouldn't, as I said, count Jack Egan or Marius Westerland out at all.
Yeah, I think those two guys won't be choosing each other because they know they're probably the most experienced of all the crews here. Like, they were big and impressive teams on the circuit pre-COVID, so they've got a lot more experience. So I think you'd want to try and get someone who maybe hasn't been in the situation of a semi-final series. So I think you'd likely not see them race each other, but who knows? Maybe they're feeling confident today and they think in these conditions they're able to beat the other one. So it'll be interesting to see who they pick.
Well, I can tell you it's interesting with a regatta that actually, you know, quite a few days of round-robin sailing and 22 races, as we've said. It's interesting to see the happiness or despair, or not despair, but unhappiness of each crew after each day, because I know Jack Egan and his crew were not very pleased with their first day's performance, and, you know, and we're naturally a bit concerned, but, you know, it's something Jeffrey Peterson has talked about before, and, you know, and he has quite a record, and he said, you know, you have a bad day like that, you just completely put it out of your mind. It's no longer there. We still have a chance to win this whole thing, and I think that's exactly what Jack Egan did. You know, with his crew, and just their general attitude is, come on, we're better than this. Let's go out and win some races.
Yeah. They all went out to dinner and didn't speak about sailing at all. You know, had a couple of hours off, dialed out, and then, you know, said we'll get back to it in the morning. Woke up in the morning, and then I think the next day they went undefeated. So they clearly know a little bit about their own psychology. So that was very impressive to see.
Jack, of course, is going to Yale University, as is one of his crew, Christophe Chaumont. And Jack and Christophe and a couple other Yaleys won the Intercollegiate United States Championship this last year in the fall, and beating, among others, the defending champion, Jack Parkin from Stanford, who is also a world champion in dinghies. So, you know, pretty good stuff to win that regatta. You know, that was not an insignificant win at all.
Yeah, and that was the first time they'd sailed together as a crew as well. So, you know, and they've got I think they've got an identical crew here. So they've been able to, like, dial down a few of those issues, and which they already didn't have too many of. But, you know, just really been able to turn it up to a whole new level with the international teams. They're still able to give a really impressive showing.
Yeah, Jack Plevin and Kalia Woodard are the other two crew, and I think you may be right that I'm not absolutely sure that they're all at Yale, but in any event, they're doing a great job this week.
Yeah, I'm not confident enough to say with confidence, but I'm confident enough to say without confidence.
Excellent. More hard-hitting journalism.
So we've got Jeffrey Peterson just crossing the finish line now, racing Robbie King. So that chalks him up to 16 points for the double round robin so far, with one race to go. So that means now he's guaranteed to be able to be in a, if he beats Jordan Stevenson in the final race, he wins the round robin. If Jordan Stevenson maintains this victory, he then needs to win the next one.
Conditions have actually been pretty stable here. There have been some shifts, but that's to be expected. But it's about the same, you know, six knots, maybe 7 knots.
Yeah.
As Matt pointed out earlier, these boats are designed to sail well in this stuff, and they are indeed sailing well. You're seeing all the regular maneuvers, everything that you would see if it was blowing 12 knots.
Yeah, like these boats, you kind of have to move it one scale up on the Beaufort scale to whatever anyone else is doing. So if it's like a Force 3, these boats, it makes it feel like a Force 4, Force 5 maybe. So, maybe we've got Force 2, but actually we're seeing, Force 3 to 4, which is, what type of conditions, Andy? What's that?
Well, as I said, at least Prosecco, if not champagne conditions.
Chamber of Commerce weather.
Chamber of Commerce weather.
Andy, what pier is that back there behind the shot?
That's the Balboa Pier, the first of the 2 piers here in Newport Beach.
The Eastern Pier?
Yep.
And we're between the 2 piers, the Eastern Pier being Balboa, the Western being the Newport Pier, right off almost off, we are, the Newport Beach Elementary School, for those of you who know the local area. And we've had a consultation with our producer and director, Chris Bretschker, the head of GovCup TV. And with that match that we're looking forward to, down the road here by probably 20 minutes or so, maybe a couple more than that, we are going to take a short break. We'll stay on the air and just put up a be back soon slide, but it'll probably be, Chris, what, about 20 minutes? Say 20 minutes. So enjoy a cup of something or a glass of something. We're going to have a spot of lunch ourselves. For Andy Rose, Matt Whitfield, for Tommy Spithill and Colin Kennedy and the rest of our team, thank you for joining us. And we will be back for the continuation of the GovCup and the conclusion of the round robin phase in about 20 minutes. Welcome back to the Pacific Ocean off Newport Beach, California for day 4 of the 2022 Governor's Cup, the International Youth Match Racing Championship, the oldest in the world. This is the 55th edition. We're watching the conclusion of the round robin phase. This is flight 22 of the second, well, of the end of the second round robin. There are 12 teams here. They've each raced each other now, or will have at the end of this flight 22. 22 times total, 11 the first round and 11 in this second round. We're going to watch particularly the Vesterland-McCutcheon match, which is flight 5, and then the final flight is Stevenson and Peterson, and that will determine who will have first place coming out of the round robin phase and the ability to choose their opponent in the semifinals coming up this afternoon. Tom Eamon here with Andy Rose, Matt Whitfield, and Tommy Spithill, as well as Colin Kennedy, bringing you the play-by-play and more. Andrew, what's your analysis so far?
Well, we know who the semifinalists are. What we've been discussing both on and off air is, who chooses whom. Well, first, this race has to happen between Jeffrey Peterson and Jordan Stevenson. And if Jordan can win, then the boats end up tied in the rounds robin series. Ooh,
that's good.
Boy. Anyway, there are 2 of them. Anyway, they end up tied, and because Stevenson would have won the last race between them, he would go on to be the first place boat and get to pick his opponent. However, Peterson has been sailing pretty well, as actually they both have. They both, Peterson did not have a good day yesterday, but seems very well and truly back in form now, and Stevenson's been good for the last, he didn't have a great first day, but really good since then. I think he's won, 8 or 9 races in a row here, Tom.
And indeed, and Matt, we're watching one of the other semi-finalists. They've all 4 have been determined now. This is Marius Vesterland from Sweden in boat 9 there on the left of your screen, racing Robbie McCutcheon, another Kiwi. They're in the yellow flag boat 11, and this is not an important match really in any respect, except for really bragging rights and the big mo going into the semis, Matt.
Yeah, so obviously you want to enter the semi-finalists in a good mood on the back of a win, but it doesn't really define exactly how the event's going to go for any of these teams at the moment, so that they're kind of locked into where they are. But obviously you do want the momentum going into the semi-finals, and potentially Marius is not going to be the one able to be choosing his opponent in the semi-final. So if he puts an impressive showing here, they might see that he's sailing well today and decide not to pick him.
With less than a minute to go now, let's go to Tommy Spithill on our roving boat. Which side of the track, looking upwind, Tom, do you like?
Seems at the moment the boats are starting to favour the middle towards right.
More pressure, better shifts?
Yeah, look, it's hard to see if there's a significant amount of pressure out there. I think it's just a bit more of a shift. We're starting to see towards that top mark, you get a little bit of a late right-hander.
Okay, Andy Rose for the play-by-play with 25 seconds to go.
Well, the boats are actually in a semi-dial-up position here, but this will be a fairly even start. They're at the left end of the line. Matt, I think the line's pretty square, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty square line, although, Robbie McCutcheon was to leeward when they're on starboard, so he's able to define when they accelerate. So you see Marius have to tack off, so he's had to build his speed on port tack, so we'll see a split tack start. Not seen many of them this week, but, if you want the right-hand side, that's a great start for Marius. If you want the left-hand side, that's a great start for Robbie. So it's all down to the tacticians' decisions now, so they just need to get the boat going fast and hope that they're going the right way.
Not terribly unusual with match racers of this caliber, and perhaps more importantly, sort of evenly matched, if you will, pardon the pun. But everybody at this point in their sailing careers and in this regatta, they know all the moves. So it really does come down more and more to being able to pick the right side of the course. And obviously that's important, because as the wind shifts, if you are going to the right and the wind shifts in a clockwise direction, meaning to the right, then you're going to have an advantage geometrically, because you will have sailed, once you tack, less distance than the other boat.
Okay, let's go to this other match, which is just getting underway. is the pre-start. Peterson with the yellow flag on the leech of his mainsail, starting from the starboard right end, the committee boat end. And this is, for some of the marbles, not all the marbles, they've both qualified. Jordan Stevenson from New Zealand there on the left. Well, he's actually on the right, but a left as we look upwind in boat 4.
So typical dial-up. The starboard tack boat obviously has right-of-way. The port tack boat must avoid them. So both boats will go head to wind, and then a lot of crew work involved here. Not as much, I think, Matt, you pointed out in the last race. Once the boats are stopped, the helmsman can't do much to turn the boat. The crew can do a lot, though, and so this is where the crew is important. Jeffrey, of course, has a very experienced crew in Max Brennan and Scott Mays, but Jordan's crew has done awfully well this last couple days here. Okay, both boats breaking away, and we'll come on to starboard tack.
So you can see Jeffrey's bailed out of that dial-up earlier than Jordan Stevenson, so as he's able to build the flow forwards, and hopefully, and he will be hoping to get a little piece in at him again. But it looks like Jordan Stevenson did a really good job of accelerating, just with the wind building a couple of knots from what it is, maybe 6 to 7 knots right now. It's just easier to get the boats moving a little bit faster. But you can see Jeffrey tacks round and is able to redial Jordan up just to windward of the committee boat.
Now Jordan actually still has a slight controlling position here. You see he came up under Jeffrey Peterson, and he is the leeward boat. Therefore, he has the
Match 4 zone clear.
right away. The windward boat, Peterson, has to stay clear of Stevenson.
Just to give you an update, Andy, from the course here, I watched Robbie McCutcheon from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron against Marius, and they both had a split tack start and went left and right, and they've met back in the course, and it's still bow on bow.
Okay, great. So right now, not many shifts here, but Stevenson's still holding a little bit of an advantage over Peterson at this start. He doesn't really have control yet, meaning that Peterson can still jibe if he wants.
I think that this is 50-50. It's whoever executes their time on distance back to the line first. So we'll probably see Jeffrey Peterson and his team jibe round first, and then that puts the pressure on Jordan Stevenson to decide, does he want to jibe in front or jibe behind? So does he want to start to the left or start to the right, or does he want to push or pull away early? So you see Jeffrey will be able to initiate the moves, and it's up to Jordan and his team to make it.
And he's doing that. And then to connect those dots, as Tom Spithill just pointed out, there was no advantage to either side right now. Now the wind shifts at its own discretion.
So
but right now, there probably isn't much difference between going left and going right. But there's still a chance here that one of the boats, one little mistake by one of these boats, and you could end up with a penalty or being forced to get a very disadvantageous start.
So
1 minute to go to the start.
You can see Jordan was trying to sail them away from the line there to try and kill time, and Jeffrey knew what he was doing there, so peeled up to get towards the line, because Jordan wants to make them as late as possible from leading, and Jeffrey wants to drag them in.
Look at this, with 44 seconds to go.
So
he can hold Jeffrey out there and not allow him to start. That's exactly what he's done. He's lured boat. With 33, if it was 15 seconds to go, this would be a slam dunk, but there's still a bit of time. He's still holding him above the committee boat. Perfect, tacking in there. He has absolute control over Jeffrey Peterson here.
Jeffrey's going to have to potentially go around the front of the committee boat, or wait for and follow Jordan in whenever he wants to go.
You may still be in trouble. Would Jordan come down the line on the correct side of the starting line? I can't see it there.
Jeffrey's done a good job of wiggling out of the worst of the trouble, but he's not out of it yet. He needs to roll over the top and get down below the line, which he's just managed to do now.
Well, a great job by Jeffrey Peterson from escaping from a very dangerous position, and in fact, Jordan is having to tack away. So Jeffrey actually had a slight edge at that start, but boy, that was I don't know if I'd recommend that with 40 seconds to go or 30 seconds to go being held outside the committee boat.
Yeah, I think your doctor might be saying your blood pressure's got a bit high, Andy, if you were doing that.
That's right. That's exactly right. So we're going to see the same thing.
I thought Stevenson was a little hard done by in the second luff. The first luff was green by the umpire, and as he had his head down, he may have just missed the luff onto Peterson for the second one. So it could have been I would think it should have been a yellow, at least off the line here.
So you think Peterson should have been penalized?
Correct. Yeah, Joe, just prior, with about maybe 20 seconds to go, there was a luff, and the first one was green, which I thought was correct, and then the second one, it was pretty marginal. But the umpires was deliberating the first call and maybe might have missed
it,
that
yeah.
second call.
And so that was right up against the side of the committee boat at that point, eh?
Correct.
Yep. Okay, well, here we're going to have the first cross.
You can see the breeze has increased a little bit more from the last matches, so the boys are having to hike hard, really hard down to press the boat and get it going as fast forward as possible.
It's quite an easy cross here, about a length and a half to Peterson.
And when you're that is enough being ahead of the other boat that you can actually tack on his wind. So the wind will filter off the sails of the lead boat into the sails of the trailing boat, which means the trailing boat, in this case Stevenson, was forced to tack away to keep his wind clear. If you just use the results of the rounds robin, these are the two teams that should finish first and second in the Governor's Cup. So this could be a preview of the final, but we got a long way to go before that happens. And given the quality of Marius Vesterlund and Jack Egan, nothing is certain here.
Semifinals after this, the final flight 22. Vesterlund, Egan, Stevenson, and Peterson into the semis, already decided. And that is a first to win 3 series, best of 5, starting this afternoon and will carry over into tomorrow, Saturday morning. And then the winners, of course, of those 2 semis will go forward to the finals tomorrow later afternoon, first to win 3 in the finals.
So you can see both boats are going out on starboard tack all the way out. So Jeffrey obviously thinks that he's able to get the boat out, go fast. Maybe there's going to be a little left-hand shift on the port ley line. And Jordan Stevenson is following him out about 15 boat lengths to windward, but obviously a long way astern. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any right shift. That's quite a decent amount of leverage that Jordan can really close back in and make that 1.5 boat lengths less.
Yeah, I don't think it's worked, but well, maybe. Let's see here. Second cross on the first weather leg.
I think Jeffrey sometimes deceives us, not intentionally, of course. I think he comes out of these tacks low to build speed, and it looks like he's on a header, but this is closer.
Stevenson was just a little bit unlucky there, just copped a couple of bad waves. Otherwise, he would have had a piece. He's trying to milk it here. Can he get to him? Oh, there could be contact here. Yep, they have hit.
Oh, my.
So contact here with Stevenson's bow on Peterson's starboard quarter.
If this
right
is a
next to the
penalty,
umpires here, so I can see them thinking.
If this is a penalty, it may well be a red flag because there's been a lead change as a result of that cross.
And there it is.
Penalty to blue. Peterson has been penalized for a port starboard incident, and if
that's a penalty on Jordan Stevenson. So Jordan was on starboard. And
I beg your pardon, you're right.
So that they must be believing he was luffing and altering course into Jeffrey Peterson, and as a right-of-way boat, you cannot do that.
I can tell you, Stevenson is laughing in disbelief. He certainly doesn't agree with the call.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure I do either. From the, we have the view from the from the drone here, and I think he was coming up slowly, and he didn't do a last-minute turn into Peterson, which would have been problematic. I think he did a slow enough turn that I think Stevenson may have a point, but it was a close call, and to not criticize these umpires, they, in a close call like that, it is a tough job being out there, and you don't know exactly where they were positioned, and so they got to make the calls, but it's sometimes they go against you. But I can guarantee you, because I sailed back in the day when we had to go to protest rooms, I guarantee it's better in a protest room.
Umpires are better than.
Better than, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you think how many mistakes these teams make around the track, and it's okay for the umpires to be human, maybe not be in the right spot, but certainly lucky to have them out here on the course.
Indeed.
Well, guys, if he did alter toward head to wind, what's the rule? How far can you alter? Can you prevent him from keeping clear? Matt?
So you cannot, if you are the right-of-way boat if you alter your course,
Which Stevenson was.
yes, you must give way boat. They must have the ability to keep clear. So I think what they're saying is that when Jordan went to a high mode, they're saying that he changed his angle and there was no way Jeffrey could have done anything to avoid that contact that then resulted from it. So
yeah, it was a little late. In other words, that if you do that late, if you alter your course late, then you are likely to get tagged, basically, because you know it was pretty clear, at least to Jeffrey and to the umpires, that Jeffrey was going to keep clear by crossing him on port, and at the last minute, with the last few seconds, they decided that Jordan headed up and tried to prevent him from keeping clear.
And if Stevenson had not collided, if he'd borne away and flagged, what would your view be, Matt?
I think if he'd have held course and then had to have avoided it, he would have had to flag and just gone, look, he didn't avoid me, it's a port starboard incident. But then the issue with that is if the umpires don't agree that you avoided, then you know it's kind of a chicken and egg sort of situation where if he doesn't make contact, the umpires might view it as there was no incident, and you're like, I did avoid it. Like it happens a lot because it is a matter of inches. You can see he only just touched the back corner, so like it's very hard to see, and realistically only the people on the boat know exactly what's happening in those situations. So
Tommy Spithill, what's your view?
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Matt. You know, if you want to prove the point that you can actually get to him, but I think if he'd borne away and not hit him, it would have been a green flag.
I think what the way the rules are structured is a lot of the actual enforcement of how the rules are implemented by the umpires it's to avoid contact. So I think you can make a fair argument to say he did not need to touch him. He had an opportunity to not touch him, which you know that is a violation of the rules. So you know I think that's kind of how the rules are implemented is kind of consistent on that ilk. So maybe it's not officially what the rule book says, but it is what the umpires do consistently do not touch.
Okay, we are on the sixth and final flight of the sixth and final match of the 22nd flight of this double round robin series. There's Jordan Peterson of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron, who has been in second place going into this race among all 12 teams. Jeffrey Peterson leading. And now Stevenson, as a result of that incident, has been penalized. So he's not only trailing Peterson, but he also owes a penalty before the finish. They're on leg 3 of 4. And if Peterson wins, he will, of course, be the top boat going into the semis and have the right to choose which of the other 3 semifinalists his team will race.
I think, Tom, the big thing too for Stevenson here is just going to be able to compose himself. You know, you can sort of see he looks a little upset with that call. You know, and he had one call not go his way off the start line and a second one on the beat, so might be feeling a bit like the world's against him here. But as long as he can get the crew calm, start getting that boat speed that we've seen from him, you know, particularly on day 3, then he can rely on that to try and bring himself back into the match.
Sailing with Stevenson. Jordan Stevenson, we said, from the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. He's 22. It's his last year. Has Mitch Jackson, George Angus, and I guess Jack Freeland is mentioned in the program, but they're sailing 3 up. So
yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure
an old version of the program before we corrected that.
I'm not sure which of the other 3 crew. It's Jack Freeland is not,
he's not
aboard.
Sorry,
so
that was a.
No worries.
They changed their crew lists late, and sometimes we miss one, and we did there.
You do an amazing job, Andy, publishing this program literally on Monday before the opening dinner with pictures of all the crews that are taken that day, and a 14-page, 4-color, terrific. It's really a nice memento as much as anything. Jeffrey Peterson with Max Brennan and Scott Mays as they're going up leg 3.
Tommy, does it look like Jordan Stevenson has got a little lift on the right-hand side here? He looks pretty bow up on the projector here.
Yeah, look, he did for a tick. I think it was just because Jeffrey got a bit down pressure, but he's now headed again, and Jeffrey's sort of tacked below this nice left-hand shift.
Yeah, Jeffrey may have gained here, right?
Yeah, it's hard going sometimes on starboard tack, just with the way that the waves are coming. And Stevenson was a bit unlucky too. Just before that incident at the top mark on the first beat, he hit 2 bad waves. Sorry, and he would have probably had Jeffrey at midship, had those waves not have been there.
Might as well throw a cliche in. It's a game of inches. Well, this is interesting. It's, you know, it's tough, but again, this is when Stevenson just has to, if he ends up losing this, and it looks like he probably will, just say, well, no matter. You know, we're going into the semifinals, so, and everything starts over.
So let me ask you, if you are Jeffrey Peterson, and assuming he does win this match, and as you say, Andy, it looks like he will, who do you choose between Stevenson, whom you've just beaten, Egan, or Vesterland, who you beat 3-0 last week in France in the finals of the Youth Match Racing Worlds?
I think the latter. I think I'd pick Vesterland.
You would?
Yeah, I think so. I think Marius is very good, and they're going fast and doing all the right things. They wouldn't be in this position. But I think having beaten him 3-0, that is a, you know, when you lose 3-0, you're psychologically, it's a little bit, boy, that guy is really good. You know, how are we going to do that? And I think that's why I would pick him here. And coupled with the fact that Jack Egan has been on a streak here the last 2 days, which is pretty impressive. And you don't ever want to choose somebody that's on a hot streak.
Matt, who would you choose?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with Andy. I think all the teams have their strong points. All the teams have their areas that you might think you'd be able to pick out. But I think the Swedish team, maybe, you know, they've won the least races in the round robin of all the teams in the semi-finals, and just mentally it's just easier knowing that, you know, assuming Jeffrey stays ahead here, knowing that he's got, I think, 4 more wins over the course of the double round robin. It's just confidence that you know that you're more of a winning team than them. So I think I'd always choose the 4th one because it's bad.
And how about you, Tommy?
Mate, I'm going to go bold here. Pick Stevenson. Pick the toughest competitor. He's a little,
Ooh, breaking up.
the race isn't over here, but, you know, he's just got a bit of a tough win against him.
Well, that is a bold call.
That's a bold call.
That might be cool. It might have Jordan Quick going, why has he picked me?
Yeah, well, that's true. That's a good point. Well, our director, Chris Bretzker, was pumping his fist. He thinks that's a great call, Tom. So,
Well, not. I mean, Jeffrey's proved he can beat everyone here.
Yep.
You know, he's going to have to verse Stevenson, let's say, if he does win his semis. So, you know, sometimes that I've seen that sort of tactic done before by Sevi Jarvan. And I don't know if it worked, but it was certainly bold.
yeah. Well, happily, we don't have to make that decision. We just get to report on it. And as I've said many times, I've never made a tactical error from the booth here.
Well, at
Would
least
that
none that
worry you,
we've,
Matt,
none
if
that
you
we've
had a
admitted.
team? So I was just going to ask you, Matt, would that worry you if you were in that position where you were clear second and then you had the first place team pick you in the semi?
We always seem to end up second at every event we do, so, you know, that's kind of our spot. We're pretty chill in second place. So we know we're going to win the semi-final and then we'll lose the final. So,
Well, at least it takes the pressure off.
yeah, I think it's very combative, and yeah, like you said, like it looked like Geordie was a little bit down in the dumps, a bit annoyed with how this race has gone, and you know they didn't have the slickest hoist in that race, so. Maybe if you're going to have to, if Jeffrey thinks that Geordie's the strongest competitor, maybe try and get him when he's weakest.
Well, now why don't you ask, we've said what we would do. What do you think Jeffrey will do?
I think Jeffrey will choose Marius.
I do too.
Coming into the finish, they're just 20, 30 meters from the finish line. Jeffrey is leading, and Jordan Stevenson still owing that penalty. So Jeffrey will take this race, will win the round-robin phase. And in a few minutes, our roving boat will pick up all 4 skippers. And live here on the webcast, we will find out exactly who it is that Jeffrey and his team will choose. I wonder if Max Brennan, Andy, has much of an influence or Scott Mays for that matter, in who they choose.
Jeffrey loves both of his crew and talks about them all the time, but I suspect that Max probably does have some influence.
I agree with you.
I'll bet they chat about it briefly.
Stevenson's just crossing the line here and having a bit of a chat with the umpires. He's doing a bit of bar karate, as we call it, with his hands. Now the umpires are joining in with a bit of bar karate too. So it looks like...
Tommy, you know the great podcast that comes out of your country called the Bar Karate Podcast. It's a sailing podcast.
Yeah,
note.
that's right.
Bar Karate.
But it's still happening. If you look over here, there's plenty of karate.
Yep.
Chris, can you get a shot of Stevenson's boat and the umpire? There's a little interaction. There you go.
There you go.
Well done.
Perfect.
Chris Bretschker, who's our producer and director of this live webcast. There's Bar Karate. It is indeed. Look at that.
Well, it's a good thing for Stevenson to do. It depends on how much how open the umpires are going to be, but he wants to know why they decided that thing, and you can put that into your memory bank, and if it ever happens again in the next few races, you'll know what the odds are of getting to do that without getting penalized.
And the big thing, you just got to be respectful when you do it too. You know, if you come into the umpires with, just going, what the hell was that? If you go
stupid,
up to them
whatever.
and ask,
yeah, right.
how did you guys see that? How did you call it? Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
This is how we saw it.
Let's discuss what's happening here on Peterson's boat right now. There is Patrick Lieber checking the starboard quarter where that collision happened. He's got a little acetone maybe and some other goodies, some tape to be sure that the glass
Can I grab Jeffrey?
has not been penetrated by that collision. Jeffrey's coming off to get onto our roving boat.
Well, you were just saying, does Max have any influence over stuff that goes on in the boat? You can see second the race is finished, he's gone, no, I'm steering. And he's holding the tiller at the moment with his long luscious locks.
Did they say who the...
Well, and he also responded to that question, can we get Jeffrey off through the selection, and he said, when we're finished.
What is that? Copy. Thank you.
We got a lot of viewers. Thanks to all of you who've joined us. The numbers are way up as we're about to get into the semifinals, really get down to the short stroke, so to speak. And it's tomorrow's the finals, but the semis, first to win 3, best of 5. We'll get at least 2 flights in today. And then we'll have the semifinal press conference tonight, Andy, at 6:30 p.m. our time, 18:30 Pacific Daylight Time. Add 7 hours to that for UTC. And then tomorrow finish the semis. Starting at 11:30 we go live. Again tomorrow out here on the Pacific Ocean, about, well, a kilometer off the beach, give or take. Beautiful day, and we're expecting the same conditions tomorrow for the conclusion of the semis and then the start of the finals, another first to win 3 or best of 5 series between obviously the 2 winners of the semis.
We do have a nice spectator fleet out here, Tom, but if you're not out here spectating on a boat, we encourage you, and you're here in Newport Beach, we encourage you to come to the reception tonight, starting at 1800 or 6 p.m., and then in the reception we will do the press conference at 6:30. But the reception can be a fun thing with members and parents and coaches and all that kind of thing. So we encourage you to join us.
And we say hi to Penny Angus and Kim McRae and others watching from around the world. Forrest Peterson, Jeffrey's dad, is watching, of course. And another, in fact, we're being spammed by people who must see that we've got a lot of people on here trying to sell us God knows what. They probably heard all that talk about Pornichet France. Lynn Peterson Manja, go Jeffrey from the Ant. Ryan Davidson, couldn't ask for better conditions. Looks like awesome racing, making me jealous. Ryan Davidson.
Ryan was almost a Governor's Cup winner. He was a podium finisher, and at the time, as a podium finisher from Balboa Yacht Club, it was the first time we'd had a podium finisher in 37 years. But we've done a little better.
Then you had a couple
winners.
winners.
He started the trend, and it's great. It was the year he won against 2 of the toughest competitors ever. Chris Steele from New Zealand and Sam Gilmore, who won the Cup. The three of them went to Vancouver immediately after for a match race series, and the positions were reversed. Ryan beat those two, so I'm sure he would have preferred to have done it here, but at least he knew that he was as good as as anybody in that year, and a great guy. He's going to take over the U.S. Chairmanship of the U.S. Match Racing Committee, I believe.
Yeah, he was
for
with
US
us
Sailing.
a month ago up in Long Beach for the Rose Cup, the Rose Cup. W.T. Smith Jr., good racing. Morgan, 4 more GovCups to go. Go Newport Harbor Yacht Club. Daniel Yount saying thanks to Chris Bretschker and his GovCup TV team for the feed. Charlotte Broberg, Paul Hemus. Go Marius Vesterland. Wayne Angus is watching. Kim McGonigal. Greg Watson. Kate Matson-Glassen. Now, there's a Glassen sailing here on one of the teams, I noticed. Probably a relative.
With Morgan, I believe.
Morgan, right? Newport Harbor. David Tapper, who is the father of Cole Tapper. We met David yesterday and enjoyed the day with him on Commodore Tom Purcell's boat. John Plavin, there's another parent or relative. Henrik Ulrich Jensen, Amy Eggert Simmons, Hazel Cavley, obviously a relative of Porter Cavley. David Price. Hello, Pricey. Get that video that we're hoping we get from Harry Price. Marshall King. Kim McGonigal saying, great job, love watching and hearing the commentaries. Bob Steele, nice pressure, orientation, Newport Piers in background. Yep, Voda I. Let us know how the rest of the fleet finished, please. We will. We're running through all that now, and of course they're, Andy, maybe you'd explain, the
Right.
consolation racing continues.
Yeah, the format of this regatta, I think, is we think it's the best because it keeps everybody sailing till virtually the last race of the 5 days. But what happens now, and why there's a pause here, is first the race committee is now breaking ties and determining who placed 5th, 6th, 7th through 12th. So 2 things are going to happen here. First, we're going to give you live of the semifinalists where Jeffrey will choose his opponent. And then second, they're going to commence a consolation series, which is 1st to 2, and that's between the 5th and the 6th place boat, the 7th and the 8th, and so on. And so if you are, for example, in 6th and you win that consolation series over your opponent, you will move up to 5th place.
Barrett Vesterland, another relative, no doubt, of Marius's, is watching. David Price is saying that they're watching it live at the Down Under Racing HQ down in Oz. Elizabeth Russell, welcome to you. Susan Watson-Kenny, our esteemed PR, our press secretary, doing another yeoman's job for us each evening with the press releases and pictures. Greg Watson is my brother. Okay. Go boys. Great work, Pamela Brennan. Thanks to all of you. Thanks to our team here on the good ship Adios. The Navigator, what, Chris, 52? 53, owned by Chris Bretschker's mother and father, Commodore Pete Bretschker.
And
Kari
Bretschker, our esteemed director of craft services, who is doing her usual spectacular job in keeping us fed and watered.
Nutrified and hydrated is my...
There you go.
My wife, the nurse, used to say. So do we have the rest of the results?
Yes, we've got the overall standings after the round robin. So from top to bottom, we have Jeffrey Peterson and team on 18 points, Jordan Stevenson and team on 16 points, Jack Egan and Maris Westlin on 15 and 14 points respectively. So that makes up your semi-finals. So it will be interesting to see who Jeffrey ends up choosing with his pick for the semi-finals. And then for the consolation rounds, we have Tapper and Sargent in 5th and 6th. So both the CYCA teams will be racing each other in that. Then you've got Pinkney and King on 10 and 9 wins in the 7th and 8th spot. Then we have Torra and Jordan, 9th and 10th, with 8 points. And then in the 11th and 12th playoff, it's Cavley and McCutcheon on 7 and 5 wins, respectively.
So remember that is not necessarily the final standings for the regatta, because you can move, any of the consolation boats can move up or down one place depending on the results of the consolation five. But I just noticed, if my math is correct, Robbie King and his crew had asked me a few weeks ago, just as a matter of interest, what's the most number of losses that a team had in the rounds robin and still got into the semifinals. And their record was, I believe, at least in the last 10 or so years, I didn't have time to go back and research. The records aren't quite as good going back 55 years, but Nick Eggnock Johnson of New Zealand had 7 losses and made it in as the 4th semifinalist and ended up winning the regatta. So,
and this time it's 8.
This time it's 8. This time it's 8. So I think that's just more reinforcement of our thought originally that this is the one of the more closely matched, if not the most closely matched fleet from top to bottom that we've ever had. And that's a tribute to, as you said, Tom, to the Dave Perrys and the Tommy Spithills and all the great coaches at the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron to really build youth match racing into what it is today. And the other way, that is that for a long time, back in the day, we were able to win the Congressional Cup when we were 19 and 20. But then it went through a long period where no really young sailors were in it. And now we're going back to a period where there are a whole bunch of young sailors in it. And I think that's fantastic.
Coming out of regattas like
this. Like
absolutely.
The
Harkin.
Yep.
Like
Harkin, Musto, Hardy Cup, Warren Jones in Australia. And the French, our friend Mathieu Richard, who is a Congressional Cup winner, is I call him the Dave Perry of France, because in 2 years he's developed some tremendous French sailors already, and they've only been at the training program for 2 years.
Looks like there's an umpire conclave, or has been, there on the back end of the race committee boat, the Balboa Yacht Club's Defiant, as the umpires are certifying Principal Race Officer Dr. Dunn's results in tie breaks, because there are no doubt a number of tie breaks here because, as Andy said, such a close series, closely matched teams. Let's look, Andy, at the final results from 2021, because it is interesting and instructive, I think, that Marius Vesterland, who was 10th last year, is now in the semifinals. Jack Egan, who was 6th last year, is now in the semifinals. Morgan Pinkney and Porter Cavley, who last year were in the semifinals, have not qualified this year. And, of course, Jeffrey was on top. He won the regatta last year and is back on top again. But I think is just further testimony, further support for your comments a few moments ago.
Well, remember here, the umpires actually have to go out and, the sailors are probably not doing all the math and trying to figure out whether they were 7th or 8th or whatever. So the umpires now have to go tell the consolation sailors who they sail against.
On a beautiful day here in the Pacific Ocean, off Newport Beach, California, in SoCal, as we call it, Southern California. Between San Diego, another great sailing hotspot, and Long Beach, just north of us, and on the west coast up to San Francisco, and all the way up to Seattle, where Matt is now living, and may be living for quite some time, having gone to, you can see on his hat, the University of Washington, the UW, Washington Huskies. And how are you enjoying living in the States, Matt?
It's quite different, yet so similar. Like, the culture is very, very different. There's a lot more going on with all the time. There's something going on here, there, and everywhere. Whereas, kind of in the UK, everything sort of runs around London. So it's quite interesting to be somewhere where it's so polycentric, which is a lot of fun. And also in Newport Beach, the weather's a hell of a lot nicer.
Well, and you're up there in the PNW, Pacific Northwest, where Seattle's the headquarters for Amazon, for a lot of other important tech companies, to say nothing of Starbucks, which keeps the techies fueled with caffeine.
Indeed.
There's Jeffrey Peterson carefully getting off the bow of his boat onto our chase boat with Tommy Spithill.
Yep,
So
I've just got the man of the moment with me right here now. Jeffrey's on board, and we're going to try find out the answer to what everyone's wanting to know. Who are you going to pick, mate?
Yeah, we're going to go with Marius Westerland of Sweden.
Gotcha. And why have you picked Marius for?
Well, to be fair, there's no easy choice here in the semifinalists. I think, if I'm correct, it's us, Jordan Stevenson, and Jack Egan and Marius. So, of that field, those are a really good, incredible bunch. But at the end of the day, we feel confident against Marius. We raced him in the Worlds, and we had a good battle with him at the Worlds. And we didn't really want to pick. If I could choose not to race any of these guys, I would. But we got to race someone, so we're going to go with Marius.
Who would be the person that you wouldn't pick?
Definitely Jordan Stevenson. We had a real close battle in the last one. We've got him both times in the round robin, but that team's quick, and he's ranked 12th. He's ranked higher than us. He's beaten us in the past. He's a real strong competitor, and we just definitely don't want to race him.
Tommy, thank Jeffrey for doing exactly what I suspected he would do and predicted.
Andy's just asking me to thank you for doing everything you'd expect he'd do.
And tell him, Tommy, who you chose.
Our pleasure, I guess.
Yeah, I've got to say, we were talking before on who we're going to speculate about who you'd pick, and I thought just after you'd had that race against Stevenson, while he was a little bit down, he had a couple of calls that, he thought that didn't go his way, having a bit of a chat with the umpires afterwards, I went, you know what? I thought maybe Jeffrey go and pick Jordan and see, might have to verse him at some stage, granted if he wins his semis. Was that ever a thought in your mind that you might go, righto, let's just line him up now?
No, like a team like Jordan, that he may have gotten one bad call. I may have had a chat with the umpire, a little frustrated, but fuck, it was close.
Yep.
And I just don't think that a team like that, they're going to be able to bounce back real quick. And they're nasty. They're fighters. They're gritty. They come back. They keep it close, even in a race where we're leading with the penalty there. So, just we don't want to race him yet. We'll take him in the finals if that's the case.
Gotcha. So some healthy respect for the competition here from Jeffrey. And from you legends in the commentary box there on the audios. Any more questions for Jeffrey before I let him off the hook?
Well, first, let me just say congratulations. So far, so good.
So the guys are saying, well done. So far, so good. Keep it up.
I'd let me chime in and ask Jeffrey if he made this decision unilaterally by himself, or if he consulted his crew, or did Max make the decision, or Scott? How does this work in his boat?
Gotcha. So Tom was just asking, did you make the call yourself, or is this something that you and the team all agreed with?
Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely a team call. The boys in front of me, they're with me every single race, and they're sizing up the other people on the other boats in their positions as well. So it's definitely a team call, not an individual call, and obviously it's the same team from last year and the same team from World, so we're pretty good, and it was pretty much a unanimous decision. We all felt that was going to be the best choice for us, and hopefully we don't pick and lose.
Beautiful, mate. Well, we'll get you back to the boat so you can start doing all your line homework and trying to figure out which way you're going to go. Have you figured out any pattern with the breeze at the moment, or any must-dos out there on the course?
Yeah, well, I think, it's a very tricky race course. The right seems to be coming in at some point. The left seems to be coming in. The chop definitely has been playing a factor on when you can tack and when you can't tack, and, tactically pushing other boats that way into some bad waves. There's no real secret, the race course here. I think right now, it's just a matter of being in phase. You look at the committee boat flags, you come over the top, at 1 minute when you're kind of coming back towards the line, look at the flags again, check where the mark is, and see what phase you're in. And our biggest goal is catch the first shift, catch the first shift and then go to work from there. So the biggest thing, I think, just getting off this line even and getting the first shift. That's got to be the key right now.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive to see, because you guys haven't been scared to pick a particular side off the line and then change from the left to the right and vice versa. So there hasn't really been, you've got to protect one particular side. It is oscillating back and forward, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you saw, if you guys were watching the coverage, a couple of races where we elected to split off, even though we had a pretty good handle slam. Especially as you get to the top half of the race course, if it's a close race, you don't want to give up that right-hand side for the, starboard card in a close race. Even if the left is favored, coming back with starboard always makes you a little nervous if you give that up. So, we're just, we got, two incredible fleet racers and match racers on board in front of me, and, we're trusting our fleet racing skills a little bit. And I think that's been giving us a little bit of an edge is, we try to take care of the match racing in the pre-start, but then once you get out on the race course, sometimes you got to forget the other boats there, and you just got to go fast. And I think we've been doing a good job of that. We're going to continue to do so.
Well, mate, you guys are putting on an awesome show, and geez, what a great semi-final series we have coming up for us, guys. So, Andy, there it is from the man himself.
Well, great, Tommy, and again, Jeffrey, thank you, and we'll see what happens here. Should be good. I hope you all that are watching are enjoying this, but it's been great so far, but now the fireworks are really going to start to go off.
Coming up, we've got Egan against Stevenson and Vesterland against Peterson in the two first to win 3 best-of-5 semifinals. Christine, you have a note for us?
Let me just say one thing, Tom, just for our viewers, that the first 4 flights in this,
Correct.
the first 4 matches in this stage of the event will start. The first 4 starts, then the last 2 starts will be the semifinal starts.
The consolation matches are ahead.
Consolation matches are
ahead
ahead.
of the semifinals. Indeed, exactly. Lots of folks chiming in here now. We got a lot of folks on. Welcome to all of you. Jakob Klitta from Sweden, I guess. He's saying great coverage. Glad to see a Swedish team in GovCup again. Pretty late over in Sweden now, plus 9 hours, so it's getting on to almost midnight there. Thank you for joining us. And Whitfield, is that any relation, Matt?
Who?
And
Yeah, that's my mum. That's my mum. I haven't seen her in so long.
Who?
And he's been a very good boy, even last night in the face of an onslaught by Aussies with cocktails.
Mark Murray, welcome to you. Paul Gullickson, who must be a relative of, we got a Gullickson Racing here in this event as well. Sophia Vigno, welcome to you. Joanna Jackson, hello Joanna. Karsten Jordan. Dana Cottle, Aunt Dana cheering you on from Arizona. Go Jeffrey, so another Jeffrey fan. And Rich Fishback, who's a member of Balboa Yacht Club.
Great guy.
And a friend of Sailing Illustrated, if I may say. He's been a big supporter of Julia Vatican and myself with our shows on the Sailing Illustrated channels every Tuesday and Friday. And we are waiting for the race committee now to get this next round of races underway. Andy, what happens with the wind now from here at nearly 2:30, 14:30, but only 1:30 sun time?
Yeah, it is starting to clear up a little bit. We had a lot of moisture in the air and a lot of clouds. They're slowly moving past us. So as that happens, we could get a little more to the right. It could go a little more to the right, but I don't think it's going to go all the way to the 250, 260, almost to the west, which would indicate if it did that we'd have a lot more breeze. But last night, though, was interesting. It was in the south, and we were right in calling it, saying it's pretty much going to stay there. And then you were still working hard on the press release, but on the beer can, the wind shifted about 40 degrees in a second or two. It went right to the west. And it looked like it was going to reach all the way up. We ended up tacking all the way up the things, but that was very late in the day. That won't happen this time. So I think we're pretty much in the same wind thing. We might see little righties. The left earlier was, a little bit favored at times. Today, now this much later in the afternoon, it might be, there might be some righties there.
Same conditions, Bobby Steele tells me, expected tomorrow. Is that your read as well?
I think so. I don't see anything that's really going to change that. It used to, the Monday and Tuesday, or Tuesday and Wednesday conditions used to be the almost every day during the summer conditions, but that's changed as Orange County went from a county named for orange trees, and there were heaps of them, to one that's pretty much paved.
You pave parking.
No. Paved parking lot. And,
no.
Or
pave paradise.
Pave paradise. Put up a parking lot. Yeah. So. But as we said, not only this breeze is plenty for most boats, but for these boats it's great because they have a lot of sail area and they're light, and they can do all the maneuvers here.
Looking at this from, okay, maybe not 30,000 feet, but from maybe a little bit higher than the drones, and seeing what happens again last night, all week really, from Monday night, from the Meet the Teams that you gently roast the teams, and they're coming each year more and more prepared, more and more articulate, more and more effervescent even in their responses. You had some good jokes, but the kids are more prepared. Then you take them, a lot of them sailing last night, anybody who wanted to go, on the beer can race in Newport Harbor. And then you come back in, and there's a barbecue on the front, what do you call that? The
flag
deck, the front yard really, the water side of the yacht club. And it's one of the coolest atmospheres in the sport, full stop.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to pat ourselves on the back, but a lot of people have worked on this for a lot of years, and it's become It's become quite a thing, and we get some really neat comments from the sailors who we've heard so many times from various sailors from various countries that this is not only the best match race series they've been to, it's the best series of any type regatta. So we're very proud of that. Well, I should tell again one of the stories that Marius, or one of his responses Monday night.
Marius Vesterland.
Vesterland, because it's very apropos. You know, as I said, Marius got last year, and so we asked him Monday night whether his father was going to come out as he did last year. His father, Marcus, is an Olympian in the 470 class of a few years ago. And he said, no, my dad isn't coming this time because he came last time and saw me got last. He says, and only in the last week when I got second in the world did he realize I was good. And by then it was too late to book a trip. So,
Book a flight.
Yeah, so I hope he's watching in Sweden. But your son is doing a great job and in all respects of this, from social to the Monday night dinner to the sailboat racing.
He is. As all, you talk about Porter Cavley, who won the sports, he and his team last year won the Sportsmanship Award, which is unusual to finish third.
Yes.
And win the Sportsmanship Award. That often happens to somebody down at the bottom of the leaderboard, and that's voted on by the teams themselves, who is the most sporting. So that was a real compliment, I think, to Porter and his team, and they've had a tougher time this year, but have been in every bit the same good spirit and
Without
good fun.
question. Without question.
Terrific guys.
Porter, the trophy, the Sportship Trophy is named after Chet and Glee Purcell, Staff Commodore Tom Purcell's parents, and it's quite a trophy. It's been around since the beginning. And Porter said, "Oh no, I looked at all the names on it, and wow, it was really cool to get that." And so I think it should mean something. It's what was Paul Elfstrom said. If you don't have the
respect of your competitors,
then you've won nothing at all.
Even if you won, right?
Yeah, and so that's the ultimate show of respect by your competitors.
The code flag F, Foxtrot, the 7-minute signal for the first match in this next flight. It's just coming down, so that is the 6-minute signal when that flag comes down. And in just under a minute, we'll have the 5-minute signal for flight 1 of what is both the consolation brackets and the semifinals. Maddie, you want to take us through do we have an order on that?
Yeah, so the running order that we're going to have is match 1 is going to be McCutcheon and Cavley. Cavley in yellow, McCutcheon in blue. So that's the playoff for 11th and 12th place. Then you have the second start is going to be Ansgar Jordan in blue against Marcello Torre in yellow. Then the third match to start is going to be Robbie King in blue and Morgan Pinkney in yellow. And then the final consolation match is going to be the fourth start, which is Will Sargent in blue and Cole and Finn Tapper in yellow. So the two brothers sailing together are going to be racing against the other CYCA teams. So this is almost like a training event for them. They come halfway around the world and they sail against the person they train against.
Well, I guarantee you that the winner of that both want to go back as the winner of that particular match. I should say that the Cruising Yacht of Australia right now seems to have, as often happens with them, a sort of a great number of very evenly matched, terrific skippers. And they all seem to trade, depending on the regatta. They've all skippered and they've all crewed. At the Worlds, for example, Cole's older brother Finn steered, and Cole and Will Sargent, one of the other skippers
here,
all crewed together, and they're great friends and great guys. But I'm sure for bragging rights, that one's going to be important to both of them.
Yeah, and I know Tom Grimes, the CYCA coach, last night was saying he's a bit worried about that happening because he was like, "What if we can lose? It'll get a bit feisty. What if we lose both damage deposits?" So I think he's had his worst nightmare. So
there you go.
Yeah, and then the final two matches that we're going to have on the water. The fifth start is going to be Jordan Stevenson and Jack Egan. Jordan Stevenson entering from the yellow starboard side, Jack Egan from the blue port side. And then the final one will be Vesterland and Peterson. Peterson yellow, Vesterland blue.
And here we go with flight 1.
We're not going to, we will say again, we're not going to do a lot of coverage of these consolation flights. We will try to keep you up to speed
date.
on who's
Yeah.
winning.
Well, we
and
can watch the starts.
yeah, we can do that without question. But for obvious reasons, we need to focus on the semifinalists who still have a chance to win the Governor's Cup.
This is Cavley and McCutcheon in the pre-start now. They're coming up on what, Christine, about 3 minutes?
Porter Cavley from sailing for the Eastport Yacht Club in Annapolis, Maryland. Robbie McCutcheon of the famed Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron Youth Program, one of the newest stars of that program. Robbie has a couple more Governor's Cups left, and I'm sure we will see him on the leaderboard in the next couple of years.
Porter's last year, and it's been really a hoot to see his dad, Jim Cavley, who was an America's Cup veteran, won the Cup in '87 with Dennis Conner, and then I was on the team with Jim and Dennis and Co. in '92 and '95, and that is Porter Cavley's mom is also here, Lori. Just delightful folks and members of Annapolis Yacht Club and great sailors both.
Well, I may have a chance to sail against Porter hopefully next year if we can find somebody to charter us a 12-meter, which we've done a couple times with our crew, our West Coast crew here.
In the 12-meter world.
In the 12-meter world, so we'll see what happens there. But right now, Challenge 12 would definitely be the favorite in the 12-meter world.
The boat that
Porter sails on, yes.
Well, and he maintains, too.
And
He's
he
really the
maintains.
boat captain,
Yep.
I think.
It's a beautiful 12, I'll tell you that.
From 1983.
Yeah, 83. You know, Bob Miller, Ben Lexon, he changed his name. And if we have a lull here later, I'll tell you about that. It's a funny story. But you know, he's designed almost all of his boats were really good-looking boats and fast.
Coming back to the line now. How much time, Christine? Minute 30. Andy, the play-by-play.
Well, stop me if you've heard this, but a lot of these starts start to look very much alike, don't they? So you see now sort of a very late dial-up, but both boats approaching the line. They only are about 10 seconds from the line, so a lot of time to waste here. The boat closest to us, I'm sorry, I can't see that.
Cavley.
Cavley.
Yeah, it's Porter Cavley. The boat closest is in a little bit of trouble here if they can stay bow to bow like that, because he's got nowhere to go, really. He either can't start or will be forced up against the committee boat as they do start with the other boat in a lee bow position, meaning that Porter would have to tack away almost immediately at slow speeds, and that's worth a couple boat lengths right there.
Although it does look like there's a reasonable amount of gauge
Yep.
between the two boats, so it's not a major issue. It just means that your crew work has to be really spot on to get a really good acceleration without footing off too much.
And when you say gauge, Matty, that's a term of art we use to describe the distance side to side between the boats, like the gauge of a railroad track.
Right.
Exactly. The lateral separation. And so with less than a minute to go now, they're kind of still sitting in the same position. It looks like Cavley's quite happy to stay on this right-hand side, wants the right-hand side of the line, and McCutcheon wants the left-hand side of the line. So interesting to see they've both got a slightly different strategy, but able to execute what they want.
I don't think Cavley had any choice there, because they would have, as they fell off, the other boat had what we call a lee bow position, basically where the wind is hitting its sails and going into Porter Cavley's boat. But what Cavley did very well there was, as they were kept it at slow speeds, drifted well down the line, so he had plenty of room to tack onto port, build speed before the start. So very well done, actually, by both teams. But I think Porter got a little edge here. He was jumped off the starting line there.
Yeah, it looks like Robbie McCutcheon over on the left-hand side just tacked in a light bit of pressure there. Looks like Porter Cavley's got got really good pressure over here, and there was a little light spot around the pin end where Robbie McCutcheon is. So it looks good for Cavley at the moment.
So you'll see Cavley tack at some point to go get back in phase here, but he may be waiting hoping to get a little more of a header, or meaning a shift to the right, which would make his, when he tacks onto port, he would go higher and be sailing less distance. But he won't want to just go out to the ley line here, I don't think.
I don't think we've mentioned Robbie McCutcheon's crew, and I want to mention Sam Street and, they've got four. So
Lily Brennan is
Lily
the fourth.
Brennan, Sam Street, Chester Duffett, I think it is.
I think so.
And Lily Brennan.
Lily Brennan.
Robbie McCutcheon of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. And we mentioned Porter Cavley's crew, Jake Vickers. and Nick Sessions.
And so in the start box at the moment, we've got Ansgar Jordan and Marcello Torre. Torre in yellow in the dial-up with Torre just peeling off onto port tack now with Ansgar Jordan following behind.
Ansgar Gordon has Sam Merson and Jack Flores sailing with him. Ansgar from the Coronado Yacht Club in San Diego, and we've gotten to know him well, Andy, over the years in various events, match racing events, and a terrific guy and a good collegiate sailor as well.
Jack Flores, I might also say, was a skipper in the Rose Cup, so a lot of experience on that crew.
And his opponent, remind me?
It's Marcello Torre, the Western Australian team.
Adam Brensverka. They sound like an Italian team. Rafael Torre, his brother. We met him. I had a long chat with them last night. They were in great form. You talk about kids who are super good sailors, disappointed that they were not doing so well, but just in the finest of spirits last night and enjoying the ambiance.
And again, he has 2 more years to sail if he's invited to the Governor's Cup again, and I think I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him again with there's something in the water in Perth that develops great match racers. So
notably the Gilmore family.
Yep. We've seen both Lockie and Sam, and Sam, of course, has won 2 Governor's Cups. Well, here we go. They're going to use us as sort of a pick boat. You can see our great camera work here on the boat. They're that close to us. They're about 2 boat lengths away.
So you can see there's a little bit of a side swell on at the moment that means that potentially they're going to come back to the start line a little bit quicker because the waves are just going to help pick them up and take them in. So that's something to be aware of when you're trying to figure out your ley lines, that you do have a bit of swell, not just the breeze to worry about.
Well, it'd also be critical if you're right up on the starting line before the gun. One little bit of swell and you could be over.
1 minute. Anybody watching us here on the talent cam, as Chris calls it, the talent cam.
Talent cam, yeah.
Where you can see how we're getting rocked about with this side swell here on Adios, our International Broadcast Center.
International Broadcast Center.
The IBC.
Yep.
The media boat.
Same sort of thing. The ideal position, the boat to the left would hold up and maintain an overlap with the boat to windward and force the windward boat above the starting line or make it unable to start until the first boat starts. And that's what they're trying here, but they are not close enough to the committee boat to do that. So now we have a time on distance here. Both boats right up at the line. Oh, and he did tack onto port. Doesn't have a lot of space to accelerate. Well, it worked out okay. The problem is that if you're within a couple boat lengths of the committee boat when you have to tack, and if you can't lay or go ahead of the committee boat, then you're in real trouble because you have to do 2 downspeed tacks, and that's brutal, especially with this little chop. If you're trying to do a downspeed tack and hit a couple little waves, you're stopped.
If you're just joining us, again, we're going through now the consolation rounds. They are paired up according to their results from the round-robin phase, 12th against 11th, 10th against 9th, and so on. And then the semifinalists, the top 4 teams, will be racing a first-to-win 3 series. The consolations are first-to-win 2.
2, yep.
So they will race 1 race this afternoon and then retire. They may stay out here to watch the semis, or they may sail back in as they choose. But most of them will stay out and watch.
Yeah, they sure did last year.
Which they do.
Yeah, I mean, there are only 3 teams, or 3 skippers, actually, that will no longer be eligible after this year because of the age limit. So everybody else out here, if they want to be, are likely to be back in the next couple of years. And boy, I'd want to stay out and watch what everybody's doing.
Sure.
Their learning curves are very steep right now. So anything you can learn from this, you can apply. A lot of chatter over there with a dial-up above the line. And I always enjoyed, if I could get the other boat to engage me well above or well below the line, I always enjoyed that a lot more because I've always been fairly good at time and distance, as are all these sailors.
That's Pinckney in boat 8.
And Robbie King.
Robbie King in boat 12. Pinckney, of course, from Newport Harbor Yacht Club here in Newport Beach, was third last year.
Third last year and is a the U.S. Youth Match Racing Champion, just crowned in June. And as he quietly points out when I ask him, I can never remember how many other national championships he has, and the answer is 5 other ones. Not bad for a 17-year-old.
I think a total of 6, right?
Total of 6.
Right?
Yeah, the Rose Cup plus 5 others.
Hear the cowbells? I don't know if you could hear that on air through our microphones, but there are some rabid fans over here, I believe on the Sangmeister rib up Long Beach, cheering for their son and others on that Newport Harbor team. Peter Sangmeister and Will Glasson are sailing with Morgan Pinckney on that Newport Harbor team. And he has to, excuse me, the age, just to confirm, you cannot have turned 23 before the end of this regatta, right?
The end of the regatta, yeah. We do it a little unusually, and that's really sort of a leftover from when the limit couldn't have reached your 21st birthday, because we didn't want, some people that could legally drink and some that couldn't. But we moved a few years ago to the under 23, which is pretty much now the world standard for a youth event. There are a couple of major events that are under 25, but the Harkin and the Musto and the World Championship are all under, but they use the calendar year. We use the last day of the regatta.
So if you turn 23 on Saturday, tomorrow, you're ineligible, but if you turn 23 on Sunday, it's okay.
Absolutely. But that's got us in. Sam Gilmore, I think, qualified for his second win by 12 days or something, and so it's got us some pretty good people. And it's been that way forever. So, people know it, and if sometimes you get lucky and on your age, and sometimes you don't. Now, there's a very close race coming downwind.
Yes, Porter Cavalier and green kite with Robbie McCutcheon in the blue kite. So it looks like Porter Cavalier's got Robbie McCutcheon in downwind jail.
Okay, guys, we're on this start. 1 minute to go.
Okay. Way down at the, yeah. Same sort of thing. We're seeing about 3 in a row, which are just like this. So the boat, to leeward obviously would love to be able to force the boat to windward. Closest to us, you can see there the boat slightly on your right, closest to the camera.
Boat 12.
Boat 12 is in a little bit of trouble, but they are now, as you stop these boats, they start to go sideways. So they're actually drifting down below the committee, which will allow the windward boat space to go in there. But boy, they've really stopped their boats here. Matt, as you said in the last one, now it's just crew work, being sure they can get up to speed.
Yeah, and we have seen
3, 2.
See, that's exactly what I was talking about.
That's Morgan Pinckney's
That's Morgan,
team.
yeah. Morgan had to do 2 downspeed tacks before he crossed the finish line. That's bad. And you can see that that he's now probably a good couple boat lengths behind. Still has clear air, at least for a moment, but...
So I think that was actually Robbie King's team who struggled with the acceleration.
Was it up
there.
here? Okay,
yeah,
we had the boats wrong.
Boat, yeah.
Sorry, so Robbie King had to do two downspeed tacks and is now trailing. Not by a lot, but, trailing is trailing.
He does look like he's in a good little groove at the moment, though, moving fast through the water, so...
Yeah, had to tack away, though. Again, the wind from the boat ahead, Morgan Pinckney, was perhaps hurting him a little bit. And if you have any question and think you might be getting hurt, assume that you are and tack away. And Morgan following him, obviously stay in the same water, classic match race tactics.
And so what we're seeing on screen now is the CYCA matchup with Will Sargent and the Tappers. So Tapper is yellow, Sargent is blue, so yellow is entering from the starboard side.
The Battle of Rushcutters Bay. Or actually the battle between Tasmania and New South Wales.
The intramural match.
Okay, we've done the dial-up, and both boats in going backwards. Again, if you've been watching either on the water for the last few days or most of today with us,
3
you
minutes.
saw that the dial-up did not last long. That's one of the features of this regatta. We've seen a lot of that. And now they're going to go right back at it. And this will be probably, yeah, he was too close to do another dial-up.
Now we're looking from the pin end of the line back toward the committee boat.
It's just quite a risky move what they did there, where they essentially they jibe back to try and get at them again, but then what's actually happened is it's just swapped around the dial-up. So because they didn't do the best jibe, the other boat was able to roll over the top, flick the boom across, and able to completely switch the dial-up. So we now have the blue boat in the typical position for the yellow boat, although they've done a really good job of waggling out.
And who is this coming at us here, the first boat?
I don't know, they've both got the same pinnies on, it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah, it is. Sorry about that, folks, but we'll figure out who's who. I guess we could safely say that the CYC is both ahead and behind here.
They're shouting at us, Tapper. They're watching over here.
Oh, excellent.
We're getting, boat 10 is in the lead coming toward us here. And that is,
There we go, Cole Tapper now driving on to starboard. You'll see a very similar thing here as they come up. With Cole Tapper try to preserve these a little farther behind. If he could get in there with an overlap, then he could force Will Sargent up against the committee boat, but I don't think he's going to be able to do that, so they'll go down the line a bit here.
It does seem like in the last 5 to 10 minutes the breeze has dropped off a knot or two, so it's gone from being maybe 6, 7, 8 knots before, maybe more down to like 5, 6 knots. So potentially this is where we saw the teams who were a bit more physical with the boat handling did have a benefit, and typically the CYCA teams are normally pretty aggressive with the boat. So we might see quite big angle changes and a big acceleration and pump.
Okay, so right now Sargent leading into the line there with Tapper just behind him. Both boats trying to still waste. They're just a hair early, trying to waste a little time. Here comes Sargent up again to a luffing position and on to port tack, and was able to do that. That was really nice boat positioning. He was able to cross him there with no foul. Oh, looks like he wants to go back.
Seems like a little bit of indecision there. Looked like they wanted the right, then went back to the left-hand side. So potentially they've seen something in the pressure coming down. Does look like there's quite good pressure on the top left.
Oh, I believe somebody's over. Yep. Oh, both boats over. Oh, look at this, starboard port. There will be a penalty call on that, and I think it will be a penalty.
against Sargent.
Let's see what the...
Sargent is blue.
Right. Let's see what the umpire boat does here.
It was green.
It was green. Oh, boy.
I think what they're saying there is that the right-of-way boat, the boat on starboard, was altering course. Kind of a similar thing to with the Geordie thing, except there was no contact. So that's probably why there was a green flag.
Therefore, no foul.
Okay, will we have one more consolation match before the semis, or
no?
No,
we're
this
into
is the first
semis
semifinal
now. Coming up. Take this chance to say hi to Vigo Vesterland, another Vesterland signing on. Ildiko Allen, Christine Shand, Larry Kennedy, Tommy Slotin Peterson is watching. Another Peterson family with an EN. Becky Lenhart, the esteemed sailing director at Balboa Yacht Club. Bill Porter, thanks for your kind comments. Campbell Jeeves, James Hodson. And we've got the starting sequence underway between Stevenson and Egan.
Yeah, this will be an interesting match. It's sort of a maybe portend what happens in the semifinal. These are two, pretty evenly matched pairs. Stevenson just lost his last race, round-robin race. Jack Egan hasn't lost a round-robin race in some time. So we'll see who's hotter here. Both boats being fairly aggressive here initially.
What we have noticed in Jack Egan's sailing is they're getting the boat going really fast through the water, and they're just fleet racing the boat quite well, whereas Geordie, a little bit more of a match racer, has got a few of the moves. It'll be interesting to see if he's able to use the match racing experience, or is Jack Egan's speed more powerful.
Yep, I think that's very, very fair comment there.
Not to say Jack Egan's not a good match racer and Geordie's not fast, but that is kind of their trends.
I wonder if we should go to Tommy and ask him what he thinks looking up the track.
Yeah, Tom. Look, the breeze has gone right. It hasn't really built any more than what we had prior to the end of the second round robin. But we've got Stevenson and Jackie having a pretty tight match here as they try and get up around the boat, and Stevenson's got him into a bit of a luff here. So Stevenson still is holding on to control since they had the initial dial-up, and it's been quite a pretty aggressive pre-start so far.
'Tis indeed, yeah. He's interesting sort of position there. I think he probably would have preferred to not get his bow as far forward there so he could, in effect, block Jack Egan, whether Jack Egan bore off or tacked. But now he's sort of pinned out there on the right side. Both boats above the line. Okay, and here goes Stevenson, going to go backwards. Jack Egan going to break off onto port jive. So Stevenson will be going pretty slowly here initially on port, but as soon as he gets the speed, he'll come back and attack Jack again on starboard. See what happens. So no advantage to either boat yet.
I would say Jordan Stevenson's in a pretty good position if he's able to not let Jack Egan cross his bow here, because he's essentially got him pinned over and he can decide exactly how far away from the line he wants to go.
Coming up on a minute 15.
Yeah, so still just now crossing back under the line, where of course they must be before they start. So, you know, you figure 30 seconds down and 30 seconds back and take out 10 seconds for attack. Okay, you hear the 1 minute horn there. They don't have much length to go to the pin end. It looks like at least initially they're both going to go there. Geordie now has actually, he won't be able to force Egan over, but Geordie will be able to tack and have plenty of port tack approaching the committee boat. And, you know, I thought Tommy Spithill that it probably favored, you know, more often than not the right now this time of day. And if so, that would be a good thing to do. But Egan's holding him up very nicely here. So Stevenson is just now going to get his speed up. You can see both boats going sideways. If they start this way, Jack Egan will have a slight advantage, but I think you'll see Stevenson tack away.
The only problem here is Egan's probably going to end up down speed.
Yeah.
You'll probably see Stevenson does this well. He'll rumble into attack and try and come out of this situation at least with a boat speed differential.
It's going to hook him.
And right now there's definite collision with on the starboard side of Stevenson has hit the transom of Jack Egan, so there will be a call, and it is a yellow penalty against Stevenson.
Oh my.
And this will be interesting here if it's a red flag penalty. Jack is screaming at the umpire for a red. The umpires are having a chat to one another, and Egan's pleading his case.
And when you mean red, it's because of the advantage gained, in theory at least, by Stevenson in the incident.
That's correct. You know, his argument's going to be that he lost control in this incident, and now, even though that he got penalised, Egan's now behind by about a length and a half.
Yeah, boy, that would seem to me to be close enough to the starting gun that would be a change of control penalty. There couldn't have been any doubt about that, I don't think. But I don't think we're going to get the red flag. There's still nothing yet in any event.
Yeah, I can look at the umpires. They're still discussing it.
Okay.
They're actually doing a bit of bar karate again.
Are they?
I was going to say that. Same thing. We could see it from all the way over here, Tommy. That's how demonstrative the umpires are with each other.
Yeah, it is important for Jack Egan just to dial in. Like, you know, the umpires will make whatever decision they make with the red flag, and he just needs to stay close to Jordan Stevenson. So he wants to be close enough that Jordan Stevenson cannot do his penalty. So, you know, they've done a good job of just dialing in and starting to get the boat moving fast. And although they're 2 lengths behind, they need to stay within that penalty distance the whole race.
Well, I'd go even farther and just to say he needs just focus on boat speed as if the other boat isn't there, basically. Because if he gets the red flag, then great, that's gravy. He'll notice that the other boat is doing an immediate turn.
Yeah,
but if he
well,
doesn't get it, he's just got to go fast.
I don't think they're going to get the red flag
No, I
now.
don't either.
It's been plenty of time.
Yep.
But it was the right call. I don't know what Jordan thought he was doing going astern of him. I
either.
thought Tommy was right. He was going to tack. That is Stevenson tack, start on port tack. And he had Egan all parked up on the line.
Yeah, he would have had a great start.
Yeah, I think his idea there was Jack was a little bit stalled on the rudder, so he didn't have any flow over it. So if he was able to dip down below, accelerate and pin Jack head to wind, and then start to leeward of him. Except I think he just got his angles a little bit wrong and just sort of side swipes, whereas he was meant to go like a little bit wider.
Yeah, I don't think he had room to do that. So I think, to me, the obvious start was to get your speed up first and tack away.
But you did see he was very aggressive throughout the whole start.
Oh,
so,
yes, without question.
You know, you could say it's working because he's leading, but he also has a penalty for it.
Yeah, we're really close to Egan right now. And it seems that he just really hasn't found his groove this speed. I know it's hard being the trailing boat, obviously, because you're getting dictated by the other boat tacking on top of you. But there's been a couple of tacks he's come out and just sort of come out a little bit high, slow. So he's just come out just a bit too close to the wind. You know, in this light air, when you've lost speed, you've got to come out cracked, which means sails ease a little bit, a little low on your angle, just to allow for that better acceleration.
Great camera work by a roving boat there. Thank you, guys. That's really terrific.
We've got another start in progress. Should we go to the Vestal and Peterson semi?
Yes, let's do.
A minute 20 to go.
So you've got Peterson with the yellow flag out and Vestelin with the blue flag out. So Peterson leading away from the start line.
This horn will be 1 minute.
Now we'll see if Jeffrey can come up. Yeah, Marius did a nice job with boat handling there to stay, so he still has the option to go below and try to hook Jeffrey, meaning get into his leeward side, the side away from the direction of the wind, and thereby have the right of way and force Jeffrey to approach the line too early. But I don't think Jeffrey is pretty wily. I'm not sure he's going to get a hook here. He may end up having to go, as he seems to be now, having to go to windward and then planning on tacking.
25.
Yeah, planning on tacking on the port
Jeffrey's
tack.
done a really good job of killing time here, keeping the boat slow, so as Marius doesn't have much of a lane to windward of him inside the committee boat, if any at all. So he's done a really good job of just, you know, slowing the game down, and the slower it is, the better it is for Jeffrey.
Yeah, Jeffrey did that brilliantly. Marius is going to have to tack away and does so. Well, pretty even. Pretty even. Little advantage to Jeffrey.
It sounds like we're in Switzerland.
It does, actually.
And we have Alinghi fans here.
Yeah, that's right.
Up the top mark now in this Egan-Stevenson semi. It's Stevenson around by, what, 3 or 4 boat lengths?
Yeah, he was about 18 seconds ahead round the top mark.
Oh, that's a lot.
So that's potentially even enough to do his penalty. So, you know, here Stevenson's just got to be going fast mode, accelerate, go fast, try and eke out another boat length just to make it a little bit more secure. But and Jack Egan's got to do the exact opposite. He's got to go fast and try and catch up and drop it by 1 or 2 boat lengths just to even it up and just put the pressure on the boat handling.
Yeah, I'd disagree a bit here, Matt. Just on the delta between them, they're actually still pretty close. You know, it's very marginal if you can get the turn done right now. Egan's messing around with his modes a little bit, trying to run a bit more of a lower and slow. Then we're going to see Stevenson jibe, and Egan's going to be right on their air. But definitely marginal if you can get the turn done at the moment. So he's hanging in there.
Well, you know, absolutely true. But, you know, we got 2 more legs to go here, 2.5 more legs. So, you know, this is when we've talked about it all week, that, you know, one little mistake and you can be suddenly behind from ahead. So, for example, if Stevenson does not get his shoot down smartly at the gate or choose the right end of the gate, as far as the wind and potential shifts, then, you know, that we could have a lead change here.
Yeah, it does look like Jack Egan's got a nice low mode here, just closing up a little bit of the gauge that Jordan Stevenson's having to maybe go a little bit higher just to keep his breeze clear from the dirty wind off Jack Egan's sails.
Yeah, Tom, you're right.
That's
That's
the
very
case.
close. We can see that now.
Egan's bracing back. Stevenson's pole on the forestay coming up aggressively and burning away a little bit of that lead.
Yep.
Just to protect his air, as we say. So just
Exactly.
to make sure that he's not getting fouled by the dirty air of Jack Egan and his team.
As we've said before, you know, Tommy, as you know, being a boat length or so ahead at the weather mark is not always a great position to be in.
Yeah, particularly if you're the kite trimmer downwind today. These guys have just got screen running into their eyes, you know, just being told to not let it flap for 1 second.
Yep, exactly.
It may be a click lighter too now.
Definitely down the bottom part of the run, it's eased off, particularly in the bottom left.
Okay, here goes Jack jibing, has jibed.
So Jordan Stevenson's just extending out a little bit just so as he does keep his air clear and gets wind out back rather than just jibe straight into Jack Egan's dirty breeze, and then he'll head back towards the marks.
Egan and Stevenson coming into the gate at the end of leg 2 of 4. One more trip upwind and then back to the finish.
Quite a split here, Tom. You know, a lot of people sort of think, well, going to windward, you have to be really concentrating, and then on bigger boats, you can have a beer or two downwind. Well, the wind doesn't stop shifting just because you're going the other direction. So a wide split does pose a little bit of a risk. It's one thing to keep your air clear. It's another to split too far. So we'll see.
You're spot on, Andy. And it's not as obvious downwind, the shifts. You know, upwind, I
Yep.
guess you've got the jib and the telltale, and everyone's sort of watching that forestay. But
Yep.
downwind, it's easy to sort of get lost as you look behind you at the boat, starting to drag you up a little bit,
Yep.
or you're looking at the spinnaker, making sure it's not collapsing. Sometimes you can miss those shifts downwind.
Yep. Well, Jordan did a great thing there. He called a pretty perfect ley line here. Still has the option to go either way, but I suspect he's just going to come up and go again. He is around the right one. So that was
it's
nice.
a complete opposite from Jack Egan.
Right.
A terrible lay line.
Yep.
Shoots down way too early.
Yep.
And they're going to do a big right-hand turn.
Yeah.
So
that's going to be a couple boat links right there in favor of Jordan Stevenson.
And remember that Jordan Stevenson owes a penalty from that pre-start incident. And I think it was a good call by the umpire. Stevenson there with the yellow flag on their leech of their mainsail, headed at the upwind right on leg 3. Egan heading the other way. Big split here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think the reason for this split is because obviously Jordan Stevenson's leading but has a penalty, so actually he doesn't just need to be ahead. It's not the classic match race of beat the other person. It's beat the other person with a gap.
Let's return to the other match because they're just going around the top mark. Jeffrey Peterson with a handy lead coming downhill with his two-tone blue kite. About, 4 boat lengths, about a stern.
Yeah, I don't think the roving
Ahead
boat's
of this
back here with this pair, but it's a nice lead.
yeah, it's interesting those bottom marks. You know, coming into the top mark, it's pretty obvious when you're having a pinch. You know, you
Yep.
mess up that lay line and you're pinching coming in. Well, the exact same thing happens at the bottom mark when you, instead of being too high, you're too low, trying to get yourself down to that mark without having to do an extra manoeuvre. And and that's what's really killed Egan here. But Stevenson's come back across, and they're both going to converge in the middle of the course.
Yeah, it looks like, I think Matt was just pointing out, it looks like Egan is slightly lifted on that tack. He may have gotten a little lefty out there.
Okay, guys, let's watch this match because that's what we got on the screen here in front of us. Peterson ahead in boat 5 with the two-tone blue kite, and trailing is Vesterland by what? 4 boat lengths
Yeah,
clear,
4 or 5 boat lengths.
about astern, with the
Yeah.
purple kite boat 9.
It's a fairly comfortable lead for Jeffrey and his team, but Marius is close enough that if they place the jibe exactly correct, they can just throw a little bit of dirt down and just close that lead up if they manage to get right on Jeffrey's kite. But
Okay, let's go to the upwind, back to that upwind thing here. We're going to have a cross and see how Jack Egan did out to the left. I don't think he did that badly.
he looks
Yeah,
very,
done
very
quite
hard.
well. From where we're looking here, could almost be a lead chain.
That's what it sort of looks like from here.
Jordanson's either thinking here a dial down, or he's going to cross. But
He might just cross.
it looks like a lee bow here. But he lee bowed with
He
maybe
lee bowed
half
him.
a length.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, very close race then. So good
really
job
big
by
comeback
Jack
from
Egan.
Egan here.
Good job by Jack Egan, because he really lost. You know, Tommy, you pointed it out. It's not only that you come into the mark very slow downwind leg, but that the angle of the turn he had to make was much greater. And anytime you turn a boat, 140 or 50 degrees, it's going to slow down for a little bit.
Egan thinks he can live there.
Yeah, he's got enough gauge at the moment. Now Stevenson's really working the boat up to windward. So he's burning a little bit of his speed, but bringing away that separation between the boat so he can really start to affect Egan. And looks like they're on a safe lay line.
Yep.
And I think with it as well is where Egan is relative to Jordan Stevenson. He's not overlapped, so if Jordan Stevenson does try and offset his penalty by using the windward mark as a mark trap, Jordan Stevenson's goal is to get Egan overlapped with him. So actually, if Egan were to tack away in this situation, he does open up the chance for Stevenson to dial him up again.
Right. Well, great photography there, guys. See the umpire boat signaling the penalty, and that they are laying the mark. In other words, you could see the mark, which is now right, just rounding now. Both of them made that without any problem. So really,
so essentially what we've got here is a Mark II and a team race course. So Jack Egan's done a lot of team racing up at Yale, so he knows exactly what's going to go on here.
Yep. Okay, so they're going past the mark.
That's right. Both boats have got their spinnaker poles on.
Right.
But they're head to wind right now. Egan's manly trying to scull the bowl away. He's got sort of caught head to wind there. But still managing to keep clear at the moment.
Just a quick update in the other match. Peterson leading, but just by a boat length or two as they come through the gate. Peterson
All right,
over
Stevenson
Vestal.
looks like he's going to undertake his penalty turn. No, so he's completed onto starboard. And this will be a penalty on Egan, I think, here. There's light contact.
Wonder if the referees or if the umpires saw that.
I think the wing boat's in position. We'll be radioing them. There are two umpire boats. One's off to the side. I didn't even see any Y flags. Did you see any protest flags, Tommy?
No, I think the umpire thought that he was trying to undertake his penalty, like I thought, but he was coming back at Egan with a piece on starboard. So I haven't seen any green flags. I've just heard a couple of whistles being repeated, which usually means that the penalty still stands.
Oof.
So you cannot undertake your penalty turn within the 2 boat length zone. So every time he does attack within the 2 boat lengths, that's not going to count as offsetting his penalty. He needs to leave the zone if he's to do it that way.
There's a green flag to
Another
that.
green flag, yeah.
To that Egan protest as they head downwind now for their 4th and final leg. Still the yellow flag indicating that Stevenson owes a penalty.
So
What did you think there, Matt? Because I thought Stevenson got onto starboard. I thought he was going to do his turn, but he actually just held his course on starboard and came at Egan then.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing because I was thinking the same as you. I'm not quite sure. Like I thought maybe if he was able, yeah, I think he kind of thought in that situation. I think he was just thinking. I was a bit worried about Egan nipping inside him. Maybe like if he ended up leaving the zone or something. I think that might have been it. But that's a really good job by Egan to force them round the mark. So that's one more incident that can potentially go wrong for Jack Egan here, navigated. But we'll see a lot of hard work for the trimmers here, where Jordan Stevenson tries to go slow and get Jack Egan to overlap him either to windward or to leeward.
Egan just had a little failure there with the pole. As the spinnaker collapsed, the pole's come off the butt end of the mast, but he's got it back on. And at this stage, he actually wants to be a little bit slower.
Oh, absolutely.
Wants to keep about a length and a half gauge, probably even more. This
Yeah.
is certainly the feature match of the day.
Certainly is. Well, you can see that, you know, the wonderful thing about match racing is there's only one other boat in the race. And so you can see Stevenson, because he realizes that Jack is too close. So his only chance is to get back engaged with an overlap and try to put a penalty onto Jack Egan, which would eliminate the penalty that's currently on him.
This is one of the few times in the world you ask your trimmer to trim as badly as possible.
Right,
The
exactly.
worst trim is the best trim.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, the previous run, the trims were asked to get every inch of boat speed, and now they're being asked just to try and slow the boat down, do their worst possible trim that they can do, as Matt alluded to.
You know, Chris Bretzker, our director, is one of the trimmers on my boat, and, you know, he is the obvious guy in that situation because he just trims the sails terribly. But no, that's not true. Chris is a great trimmer, and we don't do a lot of match racing with the boat, but
Now, the interesting thing here, as they get further out towards this starboard side of the course, is that ley line back into the committee, you know, and that's going to be a point where either Jack hangs back or he might get to a point where he thinks, I'm going to jibe and try and roll over the top and head for the line.
Exactly.
You know, and that's what I think Stevenson's hoping. He takes the bait and he's able to snag him.
Yeah, because at the moment they're definitely not on a ley line to the finish, so there's a lot of time to go. So until they get to that point, then, you know, it's Jack just needs to stay stuck in there, and Geordie's trying to overlap him somewhere, somehow.
well, ideally.
And the other thing too, guys, to watch for, particularly in this position now, is that if Stevenson went for a spinnaker drop and tacked and took the penalty, so that's the thing. That's the other escape card for Stevenson here.
look at
If there
this.
gets enough gauge, he could actually undertake the turn. He's just got to make sure that he gets the head of the spinnaker down below the gooseneck
Right.
and complete that turn. And even if he comes out behind or even, that might be, you know, how desperate he gets, that he has to take that opportunity because Jack's doing such a good job of defending.
Well, this is the kind of semi-final match we expected, I'll tell you that.
This is a little reminiscent of Long Beach in the Rose Cup
Yep.
a month ago.
Well, both boats doing, this is great to see, both boats doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing right now.
So they're actually going to be overtaken by the semi-final match that started 5 minutes after them. So that's got Jeffrey Peterson leading downwind from Marius Vesselin. They're on the same downwind leg, just about to overtake them about 100 meters inside them.
Well, that could
I have
provide
to
an
say
opportunity.
Jeffrey's lead's been halved from the first race.
Yep.
He's certainly, sorry, from the first leg, but he seems to still be in a predictable position. But certainly Marius has come back a bit on that second beat.
So Jack's just done a really good job here of getting a bit of separation and getting the boats out on getting onto starboard. So he's been able to separate, flick that boom over, and be able to make sure that Jordan Stevenson is unable to hold him high on port. However, what this does mean is now they're heading low of the committee boat, and we might see a mark trap at the committee boat here, or they might even come like a long way round and eventually beat back to the line potentially.
An interesting, Andy, that debate between 3 or 4 people on board.
Yep.
That's where it's going to be handy, just having that spare hand hanging onto a halyard or ready to grab a brace off the trimmer.
Absolutely. Jack did it. That really was a good move there. It's hard to get the other boat to foul if you start off as the burden boat. And right now, Stevenson is the windward and burden boat. So a lot more to come here, but at least for right now, he's done a terrific job in avoiding any possible foul.
Yeah, so going downwind here, they are outside the ley lines for the finish line. So what we expect to see is them sail, not actually go towards the committee boat, come over more towards Adios, and then we'll end up see as the same mark trap that Jordan Stevenson tried to do at the windward mark, except it's going to be around the committee boat now. And he's just going to play a game of waiting, and it's going to be a bit of chicken, and it's who can hold it for the longest, who's got the better boat handling. So like you said, Jack Egan does have 4 on board, whereas Jordan Stevenson only has 3, so that might come into play at the end.
Well, you're right on that other match. Marius has definitely gotten a lot closer to Jeffrey Peterson, but still behind.
We've got a head stool going up on Stevenson's boat. Looks like a bit of action happening.
Yep.
Egan's matched at the moment. They've got a jib, main and spinnaker up and steering very aggressively.
Running out of real estate here. Jack Egan doing this very, very well.
So we might be here for a long time, folks.
Could well be. Okay, here comes Stevenson dousing his spinnaker. Both boats going into a jib.
And Peterson has won his match against Vesterland.
So what Jordan Stevenson's trying to do here is get Jack Egan overlapped with him, so as potentially he can do his penalty by doing 2 quick tacks. But then what Jack Egan needs to do is not get overlapped, but somehow force them through. So this is going to be a lot of close calls, and the umpires are going to be really on it and may well be involved here.
Yeah, Jack's just gone complete 90-degree lock with the tiller there and has bought him half a length gauge. Now he feels a little bit more comfortable, a bit more room. That's one of the great things with these boats that, you know, with the rudders have no restrictions on them. So you can really use them as a bit of a handbrake to try and let that other boat move forward and keep you that gauge. Ooh, we have attacking boat protest here. I think you can hear in the background,
Yep.
Jack yelling at his crew to back the jib right.
They've got to get over the bow of the committee boat. Both boats
Stevens
going
running
very
the
slowly.
running the risk of hitting the committee boat now.
So Jordan Stevenson owns the zone, so Jack Egan can't poke his bow inside him to go to the finish line, even if there's a gap there, because Jordan will just go down and get him.
Jack's doing a big speed build now on port. I don't think he's gone long enough to build speed.
No.
He doesn't have
He
flow.
doesn't.
So Jordan's doing
And
his
he's
tack
in a
now,
really
so
bad
he's
spot.
doing his penalty here.
Oh my goodness. Jordan Stevens is doing that just about perfectly. Oh,
Jack's going to be on
gonna
the
hit
committee
the boat.
boat here.
He's going to hit the boat.
Yep. His bow's just missed the anchor chain. Now it's just kissing it.
Yep.
It's actually inside the anchor chain.
Well, he's hitting
So
his
it's right
umpire
underneath
boat
the
too.
windlass.
Well, I'll tell you
But
what.
hang on, did Stevenson hit the boat?
Did Stevenson hit the boat on the other
Potentially,
side?
they've given him a red flag penalty.
Yes, I think Stevenson hit the committee boat.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we didn't have a good view of that. Sorry, folks.
So it's a red flag penalty. So it'll be there's a yellow penalty here. So it'll be interesting to see if the umpires just keep on giving Jordan Stevenson penalties until Jack Egan's ahead.
Oh.
because
Well, they've lowered the yellow.
They just dropped the yellow flag.
Wow.
And big cheers on Stevenson's boat.
Wow. What?
They're really
what-
happy with that.
what
Oh,
a-
and his crew just copped a belting from the boom there in the celebrations.
Oh, good Lord. That, you know, I'll tell you, if you think this isn't as, you know, good as the America's Cup stuff, you're nuts.
Where's the replay, Chris Bretschker, when we need it?
Well,
Wow.
that was quite a match race, folks. Hope you enjoyed
I'm
that.
unsure of why Stevenson got a penalty in all of that.
I'm not
because
either, unless
from where
he-
I was looking, I didn't see any contact on the committee boat.
Well, yeah, I don't either, frankly, but
This will certainly be a point of contention in the umpire's debrief today.
Chris Bretschker believes he completed his the killing of the penalty over the starting line.
The finish line.
Oh, the finish line, I mean. So he had to do it again.
Well, but you can do it below the line, can't you, Matt?
No, you must be on
the course
You must
side?
be on the course side.
course
So
side.
yeah, you have to finish. So there must be a lot of bias on that start line because you cannot actually, if it's a square line, you cannot actually go below
No, but
the
you can do
line
the
until you
penal-
complete your penalty because your penalty completes at 90 degrees to the wind. So on
You
a square
can't complete
line,
your penalty below the line and then sail above the line and then finish.
No.
No, and on Matt's point there too, the orange on station flag that the
Right.
volunteer on the start boat here is only a metre back from the bow of the boat. So that does make sense if that was the call that
Yep.
not a red flag penalty. I think what you're seeing is the red flag that's hanging off the side of the committee boat where they've got the stabilizers. So maybe that might have confused you guys because the umpire boat was wedged in there as well.
Well, it was pretty much immaterial anyway because, he wants to get his penalty done as soon as possible so he can finish the race.
Yeah, well, I didn't see a red flag.
Yeah,
Well,
it may
did.
well have been on
Somebody thought it
the
was.
side
Yeah.
anchor. I think that must have been what I saw.
Yeah, I didn't either. But at any rate, well, that was a textbook match race thing. If Dave Perry had been here or gets this film, he'll use that as a great example.
Okay,
of,
so Tommy, you were closest to it. Take us back. Tell us what you think happened.
Yeah, so look, we had a downwind that really got dragged into into overtime pretty much here, and then we ended up seeing Stevenson do a really good job of just laying and getting around the committee boat and sucking in Jack Egan onto his hip, and he got to a point where Jack started to chop wood, and then Jack had enough manoeuvrability to tack and get onto port, but this is where the mistake happened. Because what happened, Jack didn't have the flow on his rudder and keel and attempted to tack back onto starboard, and the boat just hadn't got going. So after doing 2 downspeed manoeuvres, that's when he slid, and then the next thing, he got stuck under the anchor chain of the start boat. So it was really that downspeed tack. You're eager to get back to the line, obviously, and stop Stevenson from doing the penalty, but he just had to do his time in that speed build. There's no shortcut. There's no, you can't just put the throttle down on the boat. You've got to use the sails. You've got to use your crew weight, and you've got to get that boat going, There's no shortcut.
Yeah, I think just a little more, experience on Stevenson's part there and his crew in those kind of match racing maneuvers. He's been at it for a lot longer than Jack Egan.
Well, we'll find out in the umpire debrief tonight. I'm wondering, Tommy, if the contact by Egan on the committee boat erased the first penalty, erased the existing penalty against Stevenson, and then Stevenson also got a penalty for touching the committee boat.
Could be.
And so that was what we saw, Matt, when you said there's a red flag. That was actually a second yellow flag going back up.
Back up.
So now Stevenson owes another penalty for him also touching the committee boat. We couldn't tell. We're on the other side, but it sure looked close. And then he completed his penalty and finished and won the race.
Yeah, you may well be correct there, Tom.
And I think the other thing that happened there too, not only, the boat's trying to, keep clear of one another, the umpires are trying to guess too, just with his erratic movements and what have you of where to be, and if they're too far away, they miss that overlap or they miss seeing the other boat respond.
We have a little different.
I think the umpire boat was wedged in there too.
I just was going to say that, Tommy. We could see between you and us, we have different perspectives here, but it looked to me like there was a collision between the committee boat, umpire boat, and Egan.
I mean, I've just got to say, that was great sound from both of them, Egan did such a good job. There was that many situations around the course, and it took the race to be dragged out that long to finally get an error from someone.
Yeah, he sailed 98%
98%
of the course. He sailed downwind beautifully, but that last 1 or 2%.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that you notice differently is how when those two boats tried to accelerate, Jordan Stevenson called all his crew over to the left-hand side of the boat and then all pumped the body weight flat at the same time and just managed to squirt around the bow.
Yep.
Whereas Jack Egan and his crew were a lot more stationary and didn't use their body weight as much. So, potentially if they were using their body weight, they'd have been able to squirt a little bit forwards and not have established a little bit of flow just pumping off the keel and rudder. So, that's something that we have noticed with Jordan Stevenson all week is him and his crew have been very physical throwing the boat about. So, maybe that paid off for them there.
Yeah, it's so important. The downspeed manoeuvres and your acceleration out of them. I think over the years, watching, the likes of Harry Price, you see them just get out of trouble just by being confident, patient, and relying on their downspeed manoeuvres and their crew handling to actually get them out of trouble, or keep them out of trouble.
Well, Jordan Stevenson, Mitch Jackson, and George Angus have just won. I guess you wouldn't call it a barn burner. It was a slow burn. And you were right, Matty. It was going to be a while here at the committee boat when they finally came in. But they have they've beaten the San Diego Yacht Club team of Jack Egan, Jack Plavin, Christophe Chalmont, and Kalia Woodard in what was an amazing match. And we've got another to go as both the semifinalists are still out here. The consolation boats have headed back to the harbor. Peterson is up over Westerland 1-0 in that semifinal, and Stevenson is up 1-0 over Egan in the other.
So we'll either have one more or two more matches here. If both teams become tied at 1-1, then we'll stay out here for one more race.
You think?
Yeah, that's what Dr.
Don
That's
Becker?
what Dr. Don Becker, his intention. If, however, and he did check with Christine and with me, and so that's what's going to happen. But if Stevenson and Peterson win again and go ahead 2-0, then we will go in.
So that we'll have the
So we'll have
rubber
at least
for
one
sure
semifinal race tomorrow, which is always the way, and it's a nice thing about that. And then after that, it's all scheduled so that the last boats on the course always are the two finalists, and that's kind of a neat thing.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to have 4 teams, 4 skippers in the press conference tonight.
Exactly.
At 18:30 at 6:30 p.m. Pacific.
Well, I just can't say enough. I mean, these sailors at the top of this leaderboard, but all the way down, are just terrific sailors and terrific match racers now at a relatively young age.
It's funny, I'm just watching Jack Egan right now, and he's just doing lots of circles. He's just sort of like a pent-up raging bull ready to go again. He wants to get into that pre-start and even the score.
Good. I'll tell you, I'm sure enjoying listening to you, Tommy. You're doing a terrific job and a lot of insight here, and it's great. I'm learning a lot. Nah, I know it all.
No, mate, it's the opposite. I'm learning everything from you guys. I'm just copying you.
I'm just trying to keep you all on the straight
Well,
and narrow.
I would not have done what Stevenson did there because you get too close to the committee, but I raised the money for the boats. And so there are certain tactics that would limit me.
Okay.
The good news I can report is the lovely Grand Banks hasn't lost any paint.
Excellent.
I can see it's had a recent anti-foul and topside polish.
Yep.
And luckily it was just hit, at a speed that you could push off.
Okay, here we go for the second match in the Peterson Vesterland semifinal. 4.5 minutes to go.
The first match is the Egan and Stevenson match.
That's right,
because they are the first match. They just took too long. Yeah.
That's right. I was saying, God, they finished second, so we got to get that other match going. Exactly right, Matt. So Egan Stevenson with Stevenson now up 1-0 over Egan, coming up on the 4-minute entry. GKSS, that's the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club. Marius Vesterland is in the next match against Peterson.
Both close races. Peterson won, but not by a whole heck of a lot. And that last one was obviously as close as you can possibly be.
That last one between Egan and Stevenson, from the dial-up, the boats were at each other the entire race.
Yep. That was great.
So hopefully we get to see that again.
Yep, that was great. Okay, back in the dial-up here. What a surprise. But as we've said before, we aren't seeing very long dial-ups here, so let's see if that's the case here.
The breeze is holding up.
Yeah, the breeze is probably about, what would you say, Tommy, 6-7 knots?
Yep, yeah, it's more around 6 knots.
Yeah, more around 6. Still dialed up.
So you can see Jordan there has got his main trimmer backing the sail to try and reverse, and that they're forcing the hand to try and get Jack Egan to bail off onto port, which is what he has now done.
Tomorrow, I think, guys, will be a little closer to the committee boat.
Yeah, that would help.
But happily, you heard me, audience, we'll be a little closer to the committee boat tomorrow, but I just can't say enough for our camera people on the base boat here and on the 2 drones and the roving boat, because we're getting great pictures everywhere. So here they come heading towards us here with still no advantage to either side. So now they're thinking, okay, well, we've got 2 minutes and 20, and I got to burn about 2 minutes. I'll spend a little time here trying to get an advantage on the other boat, but I'm not going to spend too much time. And I got to be always thinking about which side of the line I want and which side of the course I want to go.
So let's talk about that briefly. Tommy, left or right?
Look, I think we've learned today no particular side is really playing. You know, we've seen boats do big splits. But in saying that, that last race, what got Jack Egan back into it was that split out left.
Yep.
So who knows if that's going to be, you know, closely guarded by either of these boats, whether they learned from that last race. It did go big time left. They wouldn't have been able to get any knowledge about the race from the last downwind because they weren't worried about shifts. They were just worried about each other.
That's for sure. Okay, still no real advantage here. Jack leading in at the moment.
So they are quite a long way from the line, considering they've got 1 minute 30. They're probably a best part of a minute away from the line, which if you use the general rule of a 2-to-1 burn, they are, you know, this would be advantage to be leading back. So, I mean, personally at the moment, I think Jack Egan's in a pretty good place. He's got a controlling position and not massive amounts of time to kill. But you can see Jordan Stevenson is using the rib just there as a pick just to open up a little bit of separation between him and Jack Egan.
So if he wants to now, he could, well, I don't know. Yeah, he can go in.
That's 1 minute.
Okay, and they have still about 20 seconds to burn here.
Jordan Stevenson doing a really good job of keeping the boats moving towards the line and not letting an easy kill on all the burn.
Yeah, it's just great boat positioning. 37 seconds. They're still a hair early.
As you can see Jordan Stevenson here trying to go for a hook, but very hard to get a hook when you're already sailing at full chat upwind from clear astern.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the timing on Jack's boat is
10 seconds.
Boy,
Yeah, Jack wasn't laying the pin there. That's why he had
wasn't
to
he?
commit
Oh,
to
it looked
going
like
quick and
to
tacking.
me he might have laid it.
Now you'll see Jordan do a big sort of shoot here.
It was a good start by Jack Egan there, going full speed, hitting the biased end of the line, and definitely advantage Egan at the moment, I think. What do you think, Tommy?
Yeah, I'm getting a good shot at the moment. We're right in the way. But these breathtaking images coming from you. Yeah, if that was you, Andy, I think I would have had some colourful words
You might.
yelled at me if you were on that boat sailing.
Yeah, I don't yell at other boats, Tommy. I just quietly
Smile and
explain.
wave.
I quietly explain what's expected of them.
Yeah, that's right. But look at the moment, Stevenson hasn't come off too bad at the pin.
No, he hasn't at all. I'm a little surprised.
But Egan definitely couldn't lay the pin in that last minute. That's
Yeah.
why he had to pin his ears back.
Yeah,
and,
I thought
and
he had.
cross on port.
Yeah, we really couldn't see that well from here, but I thought maybe he was going to lay, in which case he would have won the start by quite a bit. But.
Okay, now we have Peterson and Vesterland entering inside the 4-minute signal. Peterson in boat 5, Vesterland in boat 9, as we have another of Andy's favorite moves. The dial-up.
The dial-up.
And we have no dial-up, broken up at 3 minutes 30.
Yep. Well, stop me if you've seen this, but same as the last first part of the start here, coming towards us. Neither boat with a great advantage. 3 minutes, even more to go though, so they have time for a number of attempts here to get control of the other boat.
Tommy, you got a cross up there. Why don't you give us an update?
Yeah, so Egan had a pretty good piece of Stevenson. So Stevenson's tacked to leeward. I think Egan's safe to windward for a bit here. So they're pretty much boat on boat here.
What a surprise, a close semifinal.
And back here in the starting zone.
Still no advantage to anyone. About 2 minutes 36, so still a lot of time to burn. there's still the chance to try to get that advantage or control. And by control, I mean you're close enough behind the other boat that you can prevent the boat from tacking or jibing legally. It's tough to do in these boats. They're very maneuverable and quick to accelerate. And indeed, he could not force Westerland to keep going. So Westerland now leading back, still with their like a minute and 20 they need to burn here.
Coming up on 2 minutes to the start.
Just a report from up the track here. There's definitely more breeze. We're seeing Jack Egan hold a lot more leech tension. So whether that's with that fourth crew member, certainly Stevenson here is a little overpowered, and Jack Egan's doing a better job.
It looks from the camera here, it looks as though Jordan Stevenson's got a bit more traveller up and less sheet tension. Is that? And there's more more sheet tension and more traveller down on Jack Egan's boat, which I guess that's powered in by Christophe Chamon.
Yeah, that's correct. So a good observation. Stevenson's got his traveller nearly all the way to windward, and I haven't seen Jack Egan bring his above centre line.
Okay, the difference between the once we go back to the start here, the difference between this start and the last one is that the boats have returned quite a bit early, and so they broke off, as Matt pointed out, they broke off the dial-up very quickly, and have had a lot more time to burn, and they've still got a minute, and they're only about 15 seconds from the line.
So here I'd quite like to be the boat to the windward side. Yeah, because essentially if he's able to hold here, Westerland's going to really struggle with runway into that pin end, because they're going to stop and they're going to go sideways when they do accelerate. So
well, he's managed to tack just behind Peterson. But
yeah, so he's done a great job of escaping there.
Yeah, Marius did that very well, because you're right. If they had kept going sideways, he not only would have had enough runway, he was not going to lay that mark. So
yeah, so that's an awesome job to try and hopefully for any Swedish fans out to get an even start or even win the start.
Okay, they're still way early.
So there's going to be a call here.
Yeah, that was awfully close.
That's going to be awfully close for Peterson tacking too close.
Too close, yeah.
Green flag.
Well, that was as close as you want to do it, so we're going to have a pretty even start here. Both boats will be up to speed. And there's the gun.
Yeah, pretty even start there. I think both teams will be pretty happy with that start. Peterson going with a wide right start, and Marius definitely seemed like he wanted the left. He came back early, and a couple of times went back to the pin end. So I think I think they're both going to be pretty happy with where they are right now.
Tommy, what's going on?
Let's go back up. Yeah.
Red kite.
So
in the
look at
lead.
the top of the track. There was definitely the most breeze we've seen today for that last little bit of the beat. You can see just how much the boats are poling back their spinnakers now. Sort of a bit of an indication that we've gained more breeze. As the breeze gets up, they're able to brace the spinnakers back and sail a more direct route towards the bottom mark. Moment, it's about 2 lengths lead to Egan.
And it's a long jibe port coming downwind, so there's not going to be a lot of runway on when they jibe on starboard. So it's going to be tough for Jordan Stevenson to have much time to throw down dirty wind. So it's a nice job for the Egan team there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as you picked up, Matt, on the upwind, 2 totally different modes in how they're trimming the main upwind. They're all the way to windward on the Traveller on Stevenson's boat with a bit more of an open leech, which is back of the main, so they're a little bit more of a twist mode. Where each Traveller in the and very firm on the leech. So he's running a bit more main sheet tension.
And they're sailing 4 up on the Egan boat with how much additional weight do we think?
I think only about probably 30 or 40 pounds difference.
I think as Jordan was saying that he's about 35 kilos under the weight limit.
Under the weight limit, right.
So, maybe that's about what? I think about 80 pounds
That's
or
70,
so under.
70 plus pounds under. And do we think Egan's right up against the
Egan
limit?
would be closer. So that's why I'm saying I'm sort of having the distance, and I suspect it's about 30 pounds.
I think Christophe Chamon, or maybe his parents told us they had to lose some weight.
Yeah, I think that's right. They did indeed.
I think that's
so they're
right. So they're
probably right
there.
up against it. Yep.
They came in, Christine's telling us, only 3 pounds under, so they're
3
right
pounds
up
under,
there
so
at the limit.
And that is a big difference, So downwind, they should be slightly slower. Won't be a lot, but
Egan should be slower, but
Yeah.
they should be quicker upwind with
Quicker upwind.
additional weight.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and in these conditions where the boats are over and under powered, that is a massive difference. That weight makes more of a difference now.
Okay, here
when
we
it's
go.
sorry.
There we go. We have a cross coming up here. Very close.
This is that Westerland crossing ahead of Peterson there from the left-hand side.
Wow.
Yeah, so a lead change there.
Okay, shall we come back to the gate here?
Yeah, just as we expected. I think Stevenson did gain a bit, actually quite a bit there, I think,
Yeah.
on Egan. He'll be very close here. But he will have to go to this gate, the closest gate. Oh, and Egan did not have a great Spinnaker takedown. Jib is still out, not up on the wind yet. Spinnaker in everybody's faces. And a very smart rounding by Stevenson here. So you may see, well, if the wind comes up, probably the odds are that it is more likely to go slightly right at the top if the wind is in fact coming up a little bit. And if so, Stevens going to have a big advantage.
If they can keep the boat flat.
If they can keep the boat flat. Okay, and here he goes. He's going to go get in touch. Steven tacking to go get in touch again.
Does
with
look
the
like
other
we've
boat.
had a right shift in the last 2 or 3 minutes. The
Yep.
boats look
Okay, we're
pretty
going to
high
the
on
top.
starboard.
We're going to the top. It's very close at the top mark here. Westerland and Liebach, the boats will be overlapped as they round. God, this is just great racing. This really is.
So here, Peterson just needs to live into windward. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get spat out and can hold Veselin past the ley line, and then he can lead back.
Oh, he
so
could live there.
Yeah, he could see he was starting to struggle out. So essentially here, Jeffrey wants to be clear ahead entering this zone. So you might see him dial down and reach into this and not actually go for the mark.
Yeah, they'll be about half a boat length behind. Spinnaker set is everything here.
Hey guys, I'm not sure if you can hear me here, but we're got a close cross. Egan accidentally just dropped the Traveller then, so he's just having to rip that back up.
Yeah, it's going to be another very close one. I think Stevenson may
Yeah, Stevenson's
be
crossing
ahead.
by
He's
half a length.
crossing. Oh God, that's awesome.
Actually,
Yeah, so-
half a metre.
So two things happened there. The Stevenson's rounding was much better, and probably of ever so slight shift to the right.
Yeah, as we were saying before in some of the early matches, when you come around the bottom mark after a messy drop like that, can sometimes take you a while to get set and settled again.
Yep.
You know, find your mode. And Stevenson came around that mark, sort of pinned his ears back a bit, and maybe got a little bit more pressure in the right.
Yep, I
Don't
think he
it was
did.
a shift too much. It was just a little bit more pressure.
More pressure. Yep.
But in this other match, Peterson, which is leading he is leading 1-0, but in this race, Westerland has taken the lead, coming around inside at the top mark. The purple kite in the lead, just coming down leg 2.
So this is the winner of the Youth World Championship match racing and the runner-up. The runner-up leading right now. And a jibe by Jeffrey Peterson.
Fake
A
jibe.
jibe right back. Yep.
So that's a real good job here
Oh,
by Jeffrey.
very nice
That's
by Jeffrey.
Amazing. Just keep it
And
with
coming
Max
in on
Brennan,
starboard, yep.
Max Brennan keeping that spinnaker full, so he's able to now
Oh,
get on the
look
right
how close
side
they
on
are.
starboard.
And putting Westerland in downwind tail here, potentially. Doesn't get much closer than that, folks. You can see
Yeah,
the
stand
overlap.
up here and look.
Yep.
And at the top
No,
of the chart,
Westerland's still clear ahead, but
Egan's managed to get the right, and he's got a little bit of a shift here too. So we've just seen
so another lead
a
change.
swap of positions.
Yep, another lead change.
Oh, man.
Yeah, here they come. We're back up at the top mark with Egan on starboard.
Egan with a big advantage now.
Yeah, he
Just
got a nice
crossed
righty.
by almost a length.
Yeah, see? I told you. You got to be at the right, on the upper right.
Have you ever been wrong, Andy?
Not from this booth. On the boat, you know the tactician's, mantra. It's on our Tacticians Union crest. Often wrong, but never in doubt. So what's happening here, this is what we call downwind jail. Jeffrey Peterson is to leeward with an overlap and is able to keep Westerlund from coming back towards the gate where they need to head at some point. And as long as they're outside the circle surrounding the mark, there's no question of calling for room.
Meanwhile, Egan is around the top mark ahead of Stevenson.
And Stevenson's gone slightly high out of this mark, it looks like, just to make sure that he's able to get a bit of breeze on top and try and get a bit of dirty wind into Jack Egan's sails. So he's given up half a boat length to try and gain it all back.
Let's go down to the bottom here because it can start to get very interesting here. And here we go. The spinnakers are coming down. Peterson still has the advantage. In other words, see, Westerlund cannot jibe there legally because Peterson does not have to start to alter his course until the jibe is completed. And here comes Peterson towards the line. So they've sailed well below the gate here.
And you'll just add in, they've laid a change mark upwind, so just keep an eye out at the gate. There may be a change of course.
Yep, fair enough. Fair enough. Good call. Yeah, I see it there now. So, you know, Peterson gained just a few feet basically by doing that, but that can be really important because he had the, you know, he decides from that position when to come back.
Well, he gained the lead, too.
Yeah,
He
well,
was
he did, but
behind.
he had gained the lead, you know, way up the course. Once he got into that position.
He consolidated the lead.
Exactly, exactly.
When he got
But it
hooked
didn't gain a
over.
lot because Mario's, you know, you're just going to be a half-second slow in jibing once Jeffrey jibes. And that'll cost you a little bit, but not a lot. So they're about a boat length and a half apart. Still a lot of racing to do here. Two legs. Jeffrey will definitely have an advantage being ahead, but.
And there
Okay,
is the
and
course.
there is the
flag
course
C with the yellow flag, meaning there you can see it in that shot, meaning after they go through the gate, they'll go to the yellow buoy, which is to the right, no surprise, of the orange, the original mark, the orange mark.
Photography. Great photography from the drone there, guys. Okay, and they are choosing to go to different gates. Jeffrey doing the easier maneuver, coming to this one with a very small turn. Westerlund doing the much more extreme turn to go to the left gate as you are facing upwind. I think Jeffrey's going the right way here. It certainly, you know, they move the mark to the right. The trend would tend to be to the right. But great job by Don Becker and his committee in getting the marks moved. It's not a huge move, but you want that to be dead upwind of the starting line, and I think they've done it perfectly. All right, big split again here. So Jeffrey will be hoping for a bit of a header. As soon as he gets into the header, sometimes you want to sail a boat length or two into it, then he'll tack.
So Egan and Stevenson now coming into the finish. Egan downwind in the red kite, downwind to leeward, and slightly ahead of the purple kite of Stevenson.
See, the whole way downwind here, Jordan Stevenson's just been going high, high, high and higher to try and get onto Jack Egan's breeze, but Jack Egan's done a really good job of just keeping his breeze clear and just not sailing too much extra distance to do that and just make himself be in a slightly comfortable ahead position.
Tell you what, though, that wasn't a very good BMG ley line, so Jordy gained a little bit there, but it's not going to be enough. But he's doing everything he can. It's not over till the fat lady sings, and Jordy's doing everything he can, but it's not going to work. He's going to run out of real estate here, so that semifinal will be tied at 1-1.
Nicely done by Jack Egan and his San Diego Yacht Club team to even it up. What great racing.
It's amazing. Yeah, this is some of
It's
the best
been
racing.
like this all week,
I know.
Andrew,
I know. It's
since Tuesday.
some of the best racing we've seen here. Okay, now we're going to have another cross out at the out towards the weather mark here. The boats have split a lot, so if the wind went a little bit right or there was more pressure on the right, Jeffrey Peterson will do well. If the reverse was true and it was on the left, then Westerlund will do well. We heard, you know, Jeffrey Tom at that when he was choosing his opponent that, yeah, he did a nice thing there. It looks like he's either that or he's conceded that he was going to get crossed. A little hard to tell. The boats are pretty far apart. But at any rate, he was saying that, you know, at some point in the race, sometimes we just go into full fleet racing mode and say, I don't really care if the other boat's over there, it's not shifting enough, I want to go fast.
Well, fast and play those ships
Yeah.
local to me.
You know, I wonder if Marius did not see the course change.
Yeah, he does look like he's quite a long way above Jeffrey, and Jeffrey looks like he's on late.
Jeffrey, I think, yeah,
yellow
that's why
mark.
Jeffrey tacked so early. Oh boy, that would be a big mistake.
I think he's safe here.
Is he?
Actually might be slightly underlaid.
Really?
But he's very soft on the jib hay this upwind. But Marius is definitely, he hasn't overstood it.
Oh, okay.
And Jeffrey's maybe 6 lengths below the ley line.
Well, then Jeffrey, that was a bit of a concession then. He must
Yeah,
have thought
that's what I think
that,
it was.
Yeah, that Marius gained, and here comes Jeffrey tacking for the mark.
They were in a left phase.
Yeah, they must have been in a left phase, and he said, "Oh, I can't let him cross me there. I got to hope that goes back to the right," which is what he's doing. So let's see. This will be an interesting cross here.
Ooh,
Oh, big lead for Marius.
lead change.
Lead change again. You know, Tom and Matt, we've talked about this, and in my match racing career, I was always much more conservative match racer. If I had a lead, even if it was 2 boat lengths, I was going to keep the lead rather than try to go way away, hoping for a shift or something.
You were all over your opponent like a cheap suit.
Like a cheap suit. Exactly.
Although, Andy, one thing I do remember, you thought that the right was going to pay in that beat, so have you actually made a mistake?
Sorry,
Yeah,
Matt
it's easier
Whitfield.
said than done.
Matt Whitfield
You
will
know.
not be able to be with us tomorrow. I'm sorry.
We'll put Christine on the commentary and put Matt on the.
Yeah.
On the
Good call. No, you were right. It did. The wind has been oscillating all day, and he got a very favorable oscillation there.
And I think
And
that's
the other thing to remember too with these guys is what they're waiting on when the other guy's either too high or too low and can't tack. So they purposely will pick that time, whether it's another match that splits them up, to try and make them think about, can we go back now, or do we have to do a bit of a split?
And I think that's another good thing about the gate there is Marius was able to initiate that split right at the bottom by
Right.
going around the other mark. So,
Yep.
you know, he might have done 270 degrees to get there, but he was able to lead out to a side without just sitting straight in the dirty wind.
Well, he had to. I mean, in
Yeah.
other words, that is the nice thing about the gate. But in that particular case, and in many cases, there's only one way to go. You have to go the
Okay.
opposite way.
Coming downwind on the 4th and final leg of this match, Peterson, who leads the series, the semifinal series against Vessel in 1-0, is behind. But this one isn't over yet.
Yeah, Peterson, unfortunately, he's got his top 2 battens are inverted. Don't know if it's hurting him too much, but he's just giving a little flick now. He must have heard me.
The battens are the sticks that are horizontal that give stiffening to the trailing edge of the mainsail.
Two great jibes there.
Yep.
And you want
So
those-
Jeffrey's trying to cast his dirty wind down onto Marius Vestelin's sails, and Marius Vestelin's going to come a little bit high just to keep his breeze clear and hopefully just not get that spinnaker to collapse. If you see the purple kite start to look a bit soft and come into itself, I think the Petersons are going to be very happy.
I think Mario still has clear air behind him, though. Well, if this continues like this, we're going to be out here for another race.
Well, we've got the other match tied, evened up,
Yep.
so we
But
are going
both
to be
matches must be tied in
Oh,
order
they
for
do.
us to have another
Okay.
match. Yep.
Oh, that's a brilliant jibe there by Team Peterson, just closing in a boat length there, just taking it off the back of the wave and just pumping it down. That's really, really going to put the pressure on in this final little approach here.
Still about a 3/4 of a boat length lead. Mario's sailing pretty hot to keep his wind clear.
150 meters to go to the finish.
What
What's
Peterson
also
would
impressive there in the jibe was Marius, his bowman held the brace down instead of going for the pole to prioritise getting the spinnaker to set first and then chuck the pole out. So quite, all these small things that the crew are doing is making the skippers look good.
The
those-
brace.
For our
Yes.
Americans, that's the after guy. In Australia, it's the brace. I had to learn that quickly on the 12 meter. They kept pulling on things that I didn't even know what they were when I got on Australia. Another brilliant jibe by Peterson. Oh, look at this. Look at this, folks.
Half a boat length ahead
Oh,
for
my
Marius.
goodness. Oh, just the spinnaker going out. And I think Marius just has it.
Yellow
yeah,
flag.
that's a yellow flag.
Yellow flag.
Wow. Wow.
So, Marius Vesterlund from Sweden, the Royal Gothenburg Yacht Club GKSS, has evened up his semifinal series with Jeffrey Peterson of the host Balboa Yacht Club, and we have 2 semifinals on 1-1. Regatta chair Christine Gribben is smiling from ear to ear. Andrew is smiling from ear to ear. Come on, smile from ear to ear, Andy. Let's,
Yeah, all right. Well, I think maybe Dr. Don knew something this morning when he suggested that if it's a 1-1, both matches are tied 1-1, we'd stay out for another race. So he must have known.
It's only 4 o'clock.
That's
and
perfect.
As Tommy said, it's the most breeze of the day.
Yep, it is indeed. So this is going to be great. So, you know, one of each of these semifinalists will go in with a 2-1 lead, but I'll tell you what, I don't know about you guys, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see these both semifinals go to 5 races.
Certainly you wouldn't bet against that at the moment.
Yep.
Christopher, should we take a 5-minute break so you can get everything with your drone sorted out, and maybe we'll take a pause for the cause as well. You're watching the 2022 Governor's Cup, the prestigious International Youth Match Racing Championship hosted annually by Balboa Yacht Club, the 55th edition. We're in the semifinal phase. Both semis are tied at 1-1. We'll be back in about 7 or 8 minutes. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back to the Pacific Ocean. We're just inside of 1 minute to the start here between Stevenson and Egan in their third semifinal match. They're tied 1-1, and there's a penalty already been assigned, Andy, to Stevenson in the pre-start. We're not quite sure how it happened or what it was for, but Stevenson now owes a penalty.
Yeah, we apologize for missing that, but we're back on here. Less than a minute, very typical.
30 seconds.
You've seen this act before.
And the thing with this as well is we potentially saw that Jack Egan had quite a bit of speed upwind in this slightly breezier stuff. So it'd be interesting to see if Jordan Stevenson's able to maybe get the lead, and then is he able to extend enough to do the penalty, or are we going to see another rematch of Jordan Stevenson leading downwind with all the spinnaker flapping like we had in the first race?
Okay, so even start, both boats.
Do you like the right, Andy? Pressure looks pretty even across the course.
I'm hesitant to say, because if I'm wrong, you're so mean to me that I my self-esteem is plummeting. Yeah, I like the right.
Let's ask Tommy if he saw that pre-start penalty.
Yeah, look, I just saw the tail end of it. It came after the pre-start, after the dial-up. So, like I said, we weren't in the best position either, but it happened at about, 3 minutes into the pre-start. And now we've got them going upwind here. Stevenson and team heading out right. Both boats are on port.
So Jack Egan, believes he, one of two things here. Either is slightly ahead and wants to stay in touch, unlike what Jeffrey Peterson and Jack did in the last flight. So a little more conservative, but I think that's a good move. Looks like Stevenson's in a little bit of a light spot here, but it does look like it may be going ever so slightly right.
Yeah, at the moment, if Stevenson was to tack, I think the boats were going to meet on.
Did you say pretty much about what you broke up a little bit there?
Yeah, sorry, bow to bow.
Yeah, that's what it looks like does too.
It looks like Stevenson's sailing a bit higher, but Egan's sailing a bit lower and faster. So, that's again that sort of matches with how they're setting up their mainsails, and just low, fast, tight leach, and higher traveller, more twisty, and just get the boat talking upwind.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Interesting downwind. I was watching Stevenson's main trim, and they seem to have the boom vane completely off.
Really?
Where Egan was a little bit firmer.
Interesting. What I will be interested to ask him at the press conference, both about the comparative sail trim, but also whether whether our thought was that maybe he had a slight speed disadvantage because of the weight on that last leg, to see if he thought that. Because if you do think that, it puts you at a little bit of a psychological disadvantage. In other words, my tactics have to be perfect because I'm a little slower. So we'll see what he says at the press conference.
So Egan's crossing here, and I think Stevenson made a mistake on picking his timing to tack. He waited until Egan then started to look good and bow up.
Yep.
And if maybe 30 seconds earlier, if you had a crystal ball, he would have done it then when he at least had a piece.
Yep.
But Egan's just hooked into a nice little bit of pressure out the middle of the track here.
Yeah, again, big split though.
Okay, so Egan is leading, and Stevenson owes a penalty in this semifinal match that's tied 1-1. Shall we go back to the start, where we've got this other match underway between Vesterland and Peterson? This series also tied up 1-1. 2 minutes to go.
Vesterland under a lot of pressure here to get the boat moving fast, to try and avoid Jeffrey when he comes back like he's doing right now. So really good boat handling from Team Peterson to make sure that they're getting every little advantage they can do. They're making the most of that yellow entry.
Yellow mean coming in from the committee boat end with starboard tack advantage, at least early in the pre-start.
But a really good job by Marius and his team there, just to manage to sneak it out, so as they're now going in the ceremonial procession off on port before they come back in on their final approach.
Just coming up on 1 minute to go. Only about 25 seconds once they turn around at most, including the tack to get back to the line. Which is why they're coming back to the line. Vestelin able to tack onto port and cross Jeffrey. Jeffrey now tacking onto starboard, seems to want the right. Well, we've still got 40 seconds, so they've got about 20 to burn.
Ooh, so really good dip below there by Vestelin, just to keep the speed and get below and get the hook.
Oh, he
and
could.
force Jeffrey
I wonder if
into
he has enough
attack.
speed to tack and pin Jeffrey here.
Yeah, so really good
I
boat
think he may
handling
have
there
it.
by Vestelin. If he can hold here for another 5-10 seconds, that's
Yeah,
a slam dunk
2019,
start.
18 to go. He's going to win this start. Oh, don't break off that early. Oh.
So I think he's good because he's got to sail around the back of the committee boat and back up. There
And
is
back
that
up.
wind shadow, and it is the long
9,
way
8,
forwards.
Yep. But why? I mean, my point there is when you have him like that, there was nothing Jeffrey could do. Why try to get right at the gun? You know, and also he let him in. See, if he was too fast doing that. He should have done it about 4 seconds later. Jeffrey would have had no way of doing anything except following him. And here he let Jeffrey in to be able to sail on starboard a little bit before he tacked. So it's back to pretty much even.
Boat 5 Peterson and boat 9 Vestelin. Meanwhile, coming down the track up at the top, we've got Egan ahead of Stevenson. Egan with the red kite and Stevenson with the purple. And last we knew, Stevenson still owed a penalty. Is that right, Tommy?
That's correct.
That's a
And
yes,
what
I
was-
believe.
From advantage of
Yeah, let's go back to us here for a minute. We're having some comms issues here. Let me go back to that start because this is really important. We talk about time and distance, and time and distance is important if the boats aren't very close together and that kind of thing. Then you want to be sure if it's going to be sort of an even start that your time and distance is perfect. There was no need to do time and distance. And here's the cross with
Not even close.
Not even close. There was no need to do time and distance. In other words, there was no place Jeffrey Peterson could go in the time left. So all Marius should have done is just stayed there until he was going to be late. And then there's no way that Jeffrey could have got in there. But instead, he broke off too early and let Jeffrey get in a place that he could start. And that's the difference. But Marius is still...
Nonetheless, Marius Vestelin in boat 9 on the upwind right now had a pretty nice lead at that cross.
Yes.
Boat length and a half, maybe 2 boat lengths clear, and he's heading to what may be the favored Andy,
Yep.
upwind right. At least he's going to have starboard advantage when they come back together.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great job by Marius, even though maybe he could have had an even better start. He was really fast off the line and sailed fast for the first 2 minutes, and just, maybe he could have had that advantage before, but he made sure he got the advantage in the end. So
Well,
he
he
got
broke-
the important first cross.
He broke my rule of when you have him by the neck, squeeze harder.
Dennis Connor's rule was when you have by the neck, cut their head off.
Yeah, well, I'm a much nicer person. Well, that doesn't look like much of a lead, but it is. Jack has a very nice lead, has done a nice job here. It'll be interesting to see which way he goes.
Yeah, we're still watching the upwind match, the second match between Peterson. Here we go now. Vestelin with the red kite. How big a lead is that? 3-4 boat lengths and a boat length of gauge?
3-4
Egan,
boat lengths here, Tom.
Egan with
and where that gain happened was in the set. Because they came in on starboard, they couldn't have the pole set for both boats. But the boats that have the 4-up crew are able to get the pole on, have the spinnaker up and set, where it took Stevenson nearly a length and a half to get a shoot up and set. And that's where that gap has widened out to such a lead.
There was an early conservative takedown.
Was
Yes,
indeed.
They were early on the jib and then again early on the spinnaker, just making sure they get it down in time.
So he
potentially they could have.
So he can do this again. So he can tack onto port and be between his opponent and the mark. So if the wind goes a little bit to the right, he'll lose about a boat length of his lead. If it goes to the left, he'll gain, but he'll still have a lead, and that's the key. Sorry, I keep pushing my colleague, Mr. Eamon, off the couch here.
I'm fine.
Yeah, you can see Jack Egan, going low and fast there over into Jordan Stevenson, who's having to go a little bit higher. So he's really making sure that the low fast mode coming down, reducing the leverage, reduce the risk, and guarantee yourself make it more likely that you're ahead to the top mark, which is ultimately the aim.
Yeah, so that might, that's the back part of my point, which is that I was always willing to give up some of the length of the lead to prevent giving up the lead.
Back up at the top.
Looks like Vesterland's got quite a big lead here,
Does,
like
doesn't it? Yep.
at least 3 or 4 boat lengths. So, or maybe a bit less, maybe more like 2 to 3. So, it's a great beat by them. They're far enough ahead that they should be able to at least keep their breeze clear for a lot of the downwind. And but then we did see in the last downwind in the race prior to this, Peterson and team had some really, really impressive jibes. So,
It's not
if
that
they're
big
able
a
to get
lead,
into
guys.
Yeah, it's not
driving
that big a
battle.
lead.
Boat and a half clear.
That's about what it was, I think, on the last weather mark. And Jeffrey caught, pretty much took it all out. So let's see, that first race of these semifinals.
Yeah.
See if he almost pulled that one out.
Well, this is leg 2, right?
This is leg 2. So let's see if he can pull another one out here.
The purple kite is Marius Vesterland from Sweden. Jeffrey Peterson, the current World Youth Match Racing champion and the defending Governor's Cup champion in the blue on blue kite. What do we call that, Christine? Is that the
Blue on blue kite.
blue on blue, or do we the two-tone blue?
Two-tone blue, there you go. All right, Jeffrey trying to climb his air. In other words, get between. We've shown that visual before, the graphic of basically the wind shadow. What Jeffrey is trying to do is project his wind shadow on the other boat. And now he wouldn't quite get there, so he'll jibe, and now he'll try to soak, he'll sail a little lower to try to get back on that wind shadow. So you can see in the diagram, your lower white, the light blue triangular space, that reflects the wind shadow.
So you can see Maris's kite there, not pulling the boat forward as much as Jeffrey, just
Yeah,
a little flap on
he's
it.
already
He
done
is
that.
already on the dirt, and he's
Yep.
he's halving that lead.
So what, Marius should have done there, basically you have two choices. You either jibe immediately, or you leg it out 2 or 3 boat lengths and thereby preserve your air. He did neither.
Yeah, although he's done a good job now of coming
Coming
high
up.
just to get.
Right.
He's sacrificing his lead, but he's
Yep.
now just able to get a bit of breeze in front of Jeffrey.
Yep.
So he's given up a length or 2 lead, but so ideal for Peterson. But he's maintained clear breeze and
Yep.
full speed.
Yeah, he's air forward. They're up pretty high, actually.
Yeah, they are. I mean, that's good for the boat behind. Always wants the race to last as long as possible. So Jeffrey trying to climb him air, and what Jeffrey is hoping is that Vesterland will, to keep his air clear, continue to have to come up, and ultimately, if possible, Jeffrey do a last-minute jibe and swing so he gets on the left side of the course proceeding towards the finish line. On your screen, he would want to get to the right of Marius Vesterland, but
Yes.
I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that.
So we'd expect Team Peterson to lead the jibe back here, so they'll probably spin first.
I
maybe
would think
even
pretty
before,
quickly.
before the ley line. They might go now just so as they can do 2
Yeah,
jibes back down
Right.
onto
The last
onto
thing
it.
they want to do is get all the way down, and there it is.
Yeah, so there we go.
There's the
You
jibe.
see Jeffrey rotating the boat a lot more through the turn, so just to try and really get that kite pumping
and a
onto the
much
other
better
boat.
jibe. Look at Vesterland's kite, a much better jibe here. Boy, as we've said before, last year and this year, I would not want to be a boat length ahead of Jeffrey Peterson. Downwind, Jeffrey and Max and Scott Mays and Max Brennan. Pretty awesome crew. Yeah, Marius is doing a good job, though.
Yeah, he's done a brilliant job of recovering out there.
And he's going to have another terrible jibe, though. Oh, look at this. Look at this, folks. Jeffrey's just about a bow with him.
And they're inside the zone
They're
here.
inside the zone.
So Team Peterson does have rights to go into the inside in that right-hand turn mark.
Here comes their jib down, so he's going to be prepared to take that turn.
What was that?
That was a mistake. I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, there's a lead change.
Yeah, there's a lead
Peterson
change.
goes through the gate ahead, and surprisingly, I think, Vesterland did not go to the other end of the gate, but they've still got 2 legs to go.
Although there's a slightly sloppy rounding from Peterson. They went a little bit wide that
Yep.
allowed Vesterland to poke their bow inside and just have a little slither of them. So here, if Vesterland's able to maintain his speed and get into a high group,
Get into
he
high
might be
mode.
able to spit Jeffrey off and make
But
him
why
tap.
would you do that? You could not expect this to happen.
Yeah.
You don't expect the other guy to have a terrible rounding. So I just wonder why he followed Jeffrey in there. But
Right now, it's not looking bad for Vesterland.
not.
Vesterland on the
It is
left
not.
here
Looks
in
like
your
he's-
picture.
Yeah.
it's like we're going to have another lead change.
Certainly a control change if
Yep.
because you can see Jeffrey's bow has just gone back half a boat length relative. He was about bow even, and now he's bow back a little bit. So he's eventually going to start losing out there. And then once they're able to get onto starboard, Vesterland will have the advantage if he's able to spit Jeffrey out.
Well, and Jeffrey, of course, is going to try to hold until they're past the ley line. I'm not sure he can do that. We'll see.
We're going to stay on this match because it's so close. Meanwhile, just to update you, let's go to Tommy. We won't go to the camera. We'll stay here. We don't have them. But the red kite of Egan, Jack Egan, is coming downhill on their fourth and final leg with a good lead over Jordan Stevenson with the purple kite. That looks like that match is going to go up 2-1 to Egan. Tommy, you got us?
Yeah, that's right. Egan hasn't made a mistake since the bottom mark and managed to make Stevenson do an extra attack at the top mark and extend even further. And I've just got Jeffrey's match, and he's doing his best to stay to windward. And it looks like he can live maybe for another 15, 20 seconds. I'd expect him to tack out.
That may be all he needs.
He is doing a brilliant job of living in there, and even if he does get, even if it does go wrong at some point, he's at least got a lot of starboard sail, which is going to be the easy attack for him.
Actually, he's done that very well. He got a little, maybe he got a little
lefty,
but he's just sailed through that really well. So now he literally can take Vesterland. They'll have to go past the ley line. If Vesterland tacks now, Jeffrey will tack right on him. Yep, and there it goes. So in that case, they're almost to the point where Vesterland says basically, okay, I'm losing. I'm not going to make it any worse. And by tacking, he could be making it worse. Yeah, this is a classic match racing.
Tacking duel.
Tacking duel, which we don't see very often these days, Tom.
Well, the boats are a little more lively. They're lighter and more lively than the 12-pounders, we used to call them.
Right there, look, just in those two,
Yeah.
in that little series of attacks, Jeffrey's opened up another boat length and a half, at least.
But just next to us now, the red kite of Jack Egan and his San Diego Yacht Club team will win and go up 2-1 in their semifinal over Jordan Stevenson of the Royal New Zealand Yacht Squadron. That'll be their last match for the day. It's the first to win 3. We'll continue the semis tomorrow, starting at 11:30. But let's go back up to the top mark, where it's still close.
So Team Peterson have extended their lead a little bit, maybe a three boat length lead here. So really good sailing from them, using their fleet racing speed to get an advantage, and then really hammering it home and making the most of it.
Well, Stevenson, back in this other match for a moment, who ended up second to Jeffrey Peterson just in the rounds robin phase, you would have thought might be a little stronger in the semis, but Jack Egan's team, and they have been since a day and a half.
Yeah.
They didn't lose a match on Wednesday, right?
The first race they lost in the semifinals was the first, I think, since, well, I don't know.
They may have lost.
I think they lost one yesterday, but
Right.
but they've won, they won 8 of 9 or something like that.
They've been on a roll.
Yeah, they've been on a roll.
And they're continuing.
Especially as compared to the first day.
Exactly. And now coming into the top mark, you got Peterson comfortably in the lead.
Yep.
Top mark second time to begin their fourth and final leg to the finish.
So now you get to the weather mark with that kind of lead, and you say, okay, boys, let's get a great set. Just focus on sail trim. We're going to ignore the other boat. Let's just sail fast and get to the finish line as soon as we can. Perfect set.
That was pretty impressive there from Jeffrey Peterson. That was a tack set, and it's just beautiful here. When you compare to Marius's set here, that's another half a length gained easily for Peterson there.
And right now, it looks like the port jibe is by far the longer jibe, so. So it has gone a little right, as I said, Matt Whitfield.
It did go right, however.
So I was right.
However, Andy, Marius did get further ahead by going left on the first beat. So
Well, that was something else. I don't know. There was something else caused that. It certainly wasn't because I was wrong. Well, yeah, maybe. Again, Jeffrey, Mario's here doing the only thing he can do, which is try to get him in a jibing duel, make the race longer, etc. Jeffrey having none of that. I'm going to sail another 3 or 4 boat lengths. You can't get in my air. I'm just going to sail VMGs to the finish line. And what I mean by VMGs is basically there's always a contrast between the course you sail. If you sail higher, closer to the wind, you're going to go faster, but you're sailing more miles. So you want to establish perfect velocity made good at VMG. And, that's sort of a tough art. It's, and some of the big boats, the America's Cup boats and stuff, have all sorts of instruments that tell you that. But these guys don't, and I'm glad because they have to do it by the seat of the pants, and they do it very well.
Well, you got to give Marius Vesterland some credit here.
Yeah, he's not giving up.
He's led part of this. He's not giving up, but he's also led part of this race. He's also, they're 1-1 until the finish here.
Yep.
And that's better than he did against Jeffrey in the
Without
finals
Yep.
of the Youth Match Racing Worlds in France last week. So I don't know that either of these semis, as you said a few minutes ago, Andy, I imagine neither of these are over in 3-1.
I think it's certainly, psychologically, the boat that is ahead or will be ahead here 2-1 has an advantage.
Sure.
They've won the last race of the day.
Sure.
They don't have to worry about anything. Their debriefing is good because obviously they did more good things than the other boat. But, we've seen this so many times now that sailors at this level, the other boat says, okay, well, you got me on that one. Now I'll come back, bang, get you.
Exactly.
Suddenly it's 2-2 again.
Exactly. Yeah, let me just say that again. It wouldn't surprise me if these got evened up at 2-2 and go to the full 5, as you said.
No.
And I would not want to go in tomorrow trailing 2-1.
No.
That's for sure. But
Rather
we'll
not.
see. We'll see. Tune in tonight at 6:30, 18:30, when Andy has a press conference with all 4 semifinalist skippers. We'll do them 2 at a time.
Yep.
And it should be interesting. Yeah, Jonathan Frank, thank you. It's awesome racing. Sophus Broberg, yes, well done, Marius. Yeah, Marius has had a good day, good series. Jonathan Frank, Champagne, he's saying Champagne conditions.
Champagne conditions.
Jonathan Frank down in Texas. Daniel Yount, thank you. Wow, W.T. Smith, great racing, putting Blackies on hold till you're done out there. Anthony Chamont, yes, it is. Nice job for your team, Anthony, whose son is sailing with Jack Egan. Marcus Vesterland, next year I'm coming for sure. Here's Marcus.
All right, Marcus.
Very well done, Marius. However, all that jibing against Jeffrey makes me too nervous. A good comment. Camilla Vesterland is also watching, presumably from over in Sweden. Anthony Chalmont, yep, how about Egan, indeed, and on and on. Mike Buckley also is watching. Hello to Mike, as we have a finish now in this match.
Just want to point out too, some good sportsmanship between the teams here. Jeffrey Peterson just reaching out to Marius and his team after that race and saying, good race.
Well, and it was a good race. He was right.
Absolutely.
It's been a good summer for these two against each other.
Yep.
And with each other. They're great friends on shore. It's fun to watch. Marius Vesterland from Sweden, GKSS. And it's Egan ahead of Stevenson, 2-1 in that semifinal. Vesterland trailing Peterson. Peterson ahead 2-1 in the other semifinal. That's it for us today out here on the beautiful Pacific Ocean right off Newport Beach. Tom Eamon for Andy Rose and Matt Winfield and Tommy Spithill and Colin Kennedy. We didn't hear much from today, but that great work they did, Chris Bretschker and your team. Thank you very much. Our crack spotter regatta chair, Christine Gribben. Andy, any final thoughts? We'll go around the horn here.
I can hardly wait till tomorrow. I'll be interested in the press conference tonight, which I hope you all will join us. We're going to ask some interesting questions because I certainly have a couple questions. So to see how these guys, some of the things that we think we saw, we want to try to confirm whether we were really seeing those kind of things.
And if any of you has questions tonight when we go live at 18:30, 6:30 p.m. Pacific, put them on the comments because I'll be monitoring the comments as usual. Matt, over to you. Final thoughts?
I just think it's a great day racing. We saw so many good moves and so many tactical races, so many fleet races. So the the whole spread of conditions and style of racing came out. So it's great to see that all of these teams can do everything, and they're all winning a lot of races and making really good decisions.
Do we still have Tommy Spithill on the air here, Chris?
Yep, I'm here if you've got me, guys.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, so look, I think I can see Marius Westerlund's strengths at the starts, and his upwind pace. But that's where I see a little bit of a difference. So with Jeffrey Peterson has just got that little bit of an edge downwind. We saw him chew up 4 lengths like it was easy work on the downwind. Where in the other matches between Stevenson and Jack, we didn't see that much passing happening downwind. The guys were pretty even speed-wise, so it just came down to getting off the line nicely and, and just trying to stay in phase.
Good stuff. Great job over there on that boat. Thank you very much, Tommy. And thanks to all of you for joining us. We will be live, as I said, in about 2 hours. In fact, exactly 2 hours from now with the press conference with the 4 semifinalist skippers. Then again tomorrow morning at 0900 Pacific for the morning show, the pre-race morning show. And then live racing again Saturday, tomorrow, day 5, the final day, at 11:30. We'll be back out here for the remaining, 1 or 2 races in the semifinals. And then the start of the finals, first to win 3, best of 5 in the 2022
Governor's Cup.
There you go.
International Youth
Youth Match Racing Championship. Thank you all. Thank you for joining us. Ciao for now.